Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know what we're about to do? This is our Candace Conspiracy watch party. We're about to get at it, and it's going to be a wild one. I think today's going to be pretty wild. So shout out to everybody who's already jumped in to the best live chat on the planet. Thank you so much for hopping in there with us and showing us some love by hitting that like button and telling us what your like number is. We will be playing Candace. We will be playing Candy Rock Bingo. So go ahead and make sure you grab your bingo board. The link is down in the description. The mods will be dropping it as well. Real quick, my bingo board looks as such. I got the feds up in here. I got some common sense. Weird. Trust me, bro. My gut. Why isn't anyone talking about this? Best friend. Calling an expert a liar. I don't want to say this, but they threatened me. Uh-oh. I'll wait. FOIA, free space. I'm going to take my free space right now. I don't know, whatever that little statement is, what I don't know, but I know. How does she say it? Hold on, Jason, hold on. Here it is right here.
I don't know, but I know. You know? I don't know, but I know.
All right, there we go. So, matter of fact, since I did it, I'm going to go ahead and drop it right now. You can have it. Leaks call out a random country I don't like. My sources. She doxes someone. She references Kanye West in any way, shape, or form. I try to warn you, globalists, CIA, and they're trying to silence me. I don't know. I think I might get blackout bingo without even cheating today. This one looks good. I don't know about y'all, but this one looks pretty good. And by the way, if you drop a super tonight, let me know what bingo words you might need. So you might have to, if you drop a super tonight at all, just go ahead and put in your bingo word that you need, because I want everybody to be a winner. Everybody gonna get blackout bingo by hook or by crook. So let's go ahead and make it happen. So shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Thank y'all so much for hopping in on this evening. I want to say real quick, thank you to all of you all who tapped in and watched my video about Brandon Tatum and Candace as it relates to their, I didn't know about it before, their little side business on the side. And one of the things I have an issue with Brandon Tatum, and I've said this before, I've made no qualms about it. I have lots of issue with Brandon Tatum. One of the things that Brandon Tatum does is, I don't believe he calls equal weights and measures. I don't think he calls balls and strikes. I don't think he says this one thing for, he'll say one thing for one group of people, but a totally different thing for another group of people. And one of the things that I really felt like Brandon Tatum totally missed it on, there's no way around it, was that Sonia Massey scenario that happened sadly earlier this year, where the woman was having a mental health crisis. The police came. Long story short, they ended up deleting her. And Brandon went, and I understand respecting the men and women that serve our communities as police officers. I'm not bashing them at all. They get my most upright respect, even if I think they're wrong. They get respect. But I will call that they're wrong. And I feel like Brandon really went above and beyond, way above and beyond, to try to justify the deletion of that poor woman who was having a mental health crisis. So I want to give a shout out to West Virginia Wire, who did an excellent video talking about this particular case, because guess what? The police officer who Brandon Tatum swore up and down, left, right, and center, was as innocent and as a pure driven snow. Well, he is now being charged. He was not only charged, he was found guilty of manslaughter. So I'm going to bring this in just so y'all can see. And, shout out again to West Virginia Wire. Let's bring this in. Hey, hold on. Hold on there now, Jason. Y'all know this is how you know this is a real show, because your boy keep messing up the doggone thing. Let's bring
message to this jury.
There we go.
And their message is the one that the jury said, "We rebuke you, Sean Grayson."
The bullet, the blame, and the backpedal. Honoring Sonia Massey, exposing Officer Tatum. Welcome back to West Virginia Wire. My name is Regina Connell, and today we are not holding back. We are honoring the life of Sonia Massey, a 36-year-old mother, daughter, and friend who was killed in her own home after calling 911 for help. Instead of protection, she received a bullet near her eye from Deputy Sean Grayson, who has just been convicted of second-degree murder.
Oh, second-degree
and
murder.
yes,
Sorry about that.
we're going to talk about that man, Officer Brandon Tatum, who called this shooting justified, questioned Sonia's mental state, and tried to spin what we all saw with our own eyes. So get ready. We've got the facts, we've got the receipts, and we've got something Officer Tatum clearly doesn't: a conscience.
That's right, Regina. Before the body cams, before the verdict, before the hashtags. A woman who worked hard, loved her family, and just wanted to feel safe. On July 6, 2024, Sonia did what any of us might do. She called 911 to report a prowler outside her Springfield, Illinois home. What followed was
What do you want help with?
Huh?
What do you want help with?
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house, we checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards. We checked your front yard.
But you know what I want?
Trouble, I just need to touch.
Massey.
Huh?
Massey.
What you have an ID, that'd make things so much easier. I just need just driver's license will do.
But I want to tell y'all.
What followed was a nightmare. Instead of helping her, Deputy Sean Grayson escalated a calm situation into chaos. According to reports, she had a pot of hot water, but she never threw it, never lunged, and still he shot her. We will not let her name become another statistic.
All right, guys. So today I do want to tell you that we are going to be revisiting some videos where Officer Tatum called this shooting justified. I was horrified. And, you know, at that time, we were members of his channel. We subscribed to him. And after he made that video, we all got in the comment section and said, please, will you re-examine the body cam? Will you re-examine the body cam footage? Will you really take a closer look at this? Because we didn't see where the officer's life was ever at danger. And it seemed like, we'll get into all of that. But my point is, you know, Big Russ and I, when we first started this YouTube channel, this was one of the first stories we reported on. And so Officer Tatum made a second video and he doubled down on his assessment that this was indeed a justified shooting. So we're going to talk about that and so much more.
Going to contrast that with today's reality. So let's jump right into that call log footage now, and then we'll come back and talk about how the verdict showed the truth.
Yeah, and before we do that, I'd like to really double down, triple down, quadruple down on why we're not showing the body cam footage. It's all over the internet. You can go look at it at your leisure if you want to. It was a very horrific thing to watch, and we had to watch it multiple times, you know, to really give a fair assessment, because I went after Officer Tatum pretty hard. I mean, it's like dropping a bucket in the sea. But I said all that to say this, that the reason that I do not want to put that footage out there again is they had to watch that back in July when all of that happened. The family had to relive it. Then recently they've had to relive it at Sean Grayson's trial, where he was indeed convicted. He was convicted of second-degree murder. Hey guys, we are going to move right on into the this article where it describes the 911 call. So it was Sonia Massey's mother that had initiated a wellness check, I guess, for her daughter. So let's read this article. Sonia Massey's mother pleaded, "I don't want you to hurt her," in 911 call the day before fatal shooting. So this was the day before. The mother of Sonia Massey, the black woman killed in her home by an Illinois sheriff's deputy earlier this month, called 911 the day before the fatal shooting, asking for help for her daughter, but told the dispatcher that she was worried police might hurt her, according to recordings released Wednesday by the Sangamon County Sheriff's Department. So it sounds like that her mother had a little bit of discernment as well. Wow, man. So please don't send no combative policemen that are prejudiced. Please, Massey's mother, Donna, says in the call, "I'm scared of the police." Then she adds, sometimes they make the situation worse. And you guys, there's plenty of body cam footage out there, and I do believe that it was escalated. And I'll say it again, I don't know why his partner isn't off the force. I think he should, why didn't he try to de-escalate the situation, talk his partner down? You spend how many shifts together? I'm sure you could have found a way to talk to him to say, hey man, she's not a threat, whatever. And if you thought that she was, you went into her home, so you obviously knew that you had no right to subdue her. She wasn't doing anything wrong. Donna Massey called 911 on July 5th around 9 a.m. to say her daughter was having a mental breakdown and needed help. She is not a danger to herself. She's not a danger to me. Donna Massey says on the call, she referred to Massey's mental episode as paranoid schizophrenic. And I can't even imagine how her mother's feeling right now. I know that if I would have made that phone call and this happened to my child, I would probably feel a burden that, it's bad enough losing your child, and then on top of it, to feel some sort of responsibility to say, I knew what could I have done differently. This is not on you, my lady. I want you to know that. Sonia Massey, a mother of two, called 911 in the early morning hours on Saturday, July 6th. So she called herself the day after her mother called to report a suspected prowler outside her house near Springfield, Illinois. Two deputies responded to the call. After searching outside, they came into Massey's home to ask more questions. But after a tense exchange about a pot of hot water, a deputy shot Massey while she crouched in her kitchen. Body cam video shows. We're not going to watch that video cam, but I will tell you, it is seared in my head. I will never forget it. And you guys, there was nothing justified about this. Even from the outside footage, when the officers are in conversation, they were already viewing her as a criminal, but it seems to me that she was known in the community, but she was known as a light. Maybe some people called her crazy. Other people said she had schizophrenic episodes. I don't know. It seemed to me that she knew something other people didn't. Let's continue on. All right. So, the deputy who opened fire, Sean Grayson, who is white, has been charged with first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct in Massey's death. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges and is being held in the Sangamon County Jail while he awaits trial. He was fired by the sheriff's office after the shooting, rightfully so. The 911 recordings released Wednesday also show that some officers and first responders in the immediate aftermath of the shooting discussed whether Massey had shot herself. Are you kidding me right now? So I will tell you, from the body cam footage, you see the first responders coming in, and one of the first responders knew who Sonia Massey was, right? And the worst part of it all is the officers that were there were saying, well, there's no need to render, it's over for her. Like, they didn't even try, and you could hear her gurgling. So you know what? Man, prison for you is going to be the easy part, sir. The easy part. I hate they couldn't get him on first-degree murder, but there was no way to prove that it was premeditated. It was a 911 call, so I don't really believe that it was premeditated. And on the racism thing, yes, I believe that he saw her as beneath him because of the color of her skin. At the end of the day, it's all hatred. It's all pure hatred. And if you look at his lifestyle and the problems that he had of his own, of course he needed to find a reason to put someone beneath him. And the worst part of it is he was hired, I believe, by the chief of police. He was hired because he was either engaged or dating the chief of police's daughter. But we're going to get into that too. Stand by. All right. They are now saying it's self-inflicted. An official says in a call to report the police shooting, this is and this is from after it just happened, either self-inflicted or they may have shot her. Well, he openly said in the body cam footage that he did it. He felt threatened. He went out the door and the officers were on both sides, a line of officers on both sides, just looking at him like he was crazy. Either this is so sickening to read. The Sangamon County Sheriff's Department says the officers on the scene always knew it was Grayson who shot Massey, and that at 1:27 a.m., the sheriff's office leadership was notified of a deputy-involved shooting. An autopsy report confirmed Massey was shot just beneath her left eye, and the bullet exited the back of her upper neck. The bullet caused a skull fracture, perforated her carotid artery, and caused bleeding in her brain. The Sangamon County Sheriff's Department also released the recording of the 911 call Massey made on July 6th at 12:49 a.m. I keep hearing stuff on the outside of the house. It sounds like someone was banging on the outside of my house. I don't know. Could y'all come and see? Massey said. And listen, I will tell you, and I'm not going to play it over again, but I will tell you, when the officers got there, she blessed them. She thanked them. She was kind to them. And she could tell by their demeanor, the way they were looking all in her bedroom and stuff. Like, why were they doing that? They weren't there on a search warrant. She wasn't suspected of any wrongdoing. This was a wellness check. So what were they doing? Looking around in her bedroom. I will give the Hodge twins, as much as they get on my nerves, that they did report on this the correct way. They said that it was unjustified, and what were the officers doing all in her bedroom, looking around, doing all of that? That was ridiculous. Let's keep going. Here we go. The body cam video shows deputies searching Massey's property and then knocking at least 5 times before Massey comes to the door. They are later seen inside her home, and the other deputy's camera is recording the scene as Grayson shoots Massey. So here's where his record comes into play, and I think this is important. Grayson's record has come under scrutiny. Following the shooting, he had a disciplinary file that included accusations of bullying behavior and abuse of power. Records obtained by CBS News show CBS News previously reported Grayson pleaded guilty twice to driving under the influence prior to becoming a police officer, that he served in 6 different departments in 4 years. Why didn't you report on that, Tatum face? And that he left the Army after only 19 months. In a recording released by the Logan County Sheriff's Office, where Grayson worked from May 2022 to April 2023, that's just over a year, a supervising officer is heard admonishing Grayson for what the senior officer said was his lack of integrity, for lying in his reports, and for what he calls, quote, official misconduct. The sheriff and I will not tolerate lying or deception. The officer tells him in the audio recording of a November 2022 meeting obtained by CBS News. At one point, the supervising officer warns Grayson that officers like you have been charged and they end up in jail. So this is the second video. I don't want to play the first one, you guys. I'll put the links to the full videos of the Officer Tatum show with Brandon Tatum, Mr. Brandon Tatum. So this was the second video. He gave the viewers what we wanted, the second video, and this was his response.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
All right, y'all, round 2. I hope this is not another Uvalde, but I just want to make this video to give a more detailed explanation of my opinions about this last situation, because it seems like a lot of people had a misconstrued version of what I was trying to say or what my total thoughts were. It's okay to disagree with me on the video. I don't mind. I'm open to dialogue. But when I believe that people are putting words in my mouth and things that I did not say, or saying that I agree with things I do not agree with, it necessitates me to make a follow-up video just to clarify these things, and then we move on. Because at the end of the day, I'm not indicted and I'm not in the casket.
Wow, right, did you hear that?
So real quick, shout out to West Virginia Wire. We're watching West Virginia Wire's video on the Sonia Massey results, where the deputy that shot her has now been found guilty of second-degree manslaughter. Second-degree murder, please forgive me, and will be going to jail. So anyway, shout out. We're almost finished. And I know a lot of people have asked me about that Megyn Kelly. Don't worry about it. I got Megyn on deck too, so don't have no fear. We will be back. Let's go.
I'm not indicted. I'm not in the casket. I think that's a pretty cold take. What do you think? Wow. We don't care about your
He
t-shirt.
comes across as one of these cops that I'd never want to work with. I would never do anything he did. I would never say any of the things that he said. That's just my opinion. I didn't get a chance to articulate that in the first video.
Okay, so but all of that leads into what kind of officer you are and whether you will be a hair trigger officer or not, Officer Tatum, sir.
I don't know this man, but I do know that his behavior and his decorum as a police officer is unacceptable. I said that in the last video.
Okay, so if his decorum, his behavior is unacceptable, why did you think this was justified? Let's keep going and let him babble on.
So they show up to the house. A prowler call is simply a call for service. When somebody is loitering around your house, you kind of feel like somebody's suspicious.
Right, so he's giving us a lesson on what type of call it was, what type of 911 call it was, and here's what I'm thinking. So the woman, why were they investigating her, right? From the outside of the video, right, they were already talking about her, but let's go to the end of the video because like I said, I'm not playing this body cam footage again with his nonsense. So here we go. Watch this.
Order at police officers. It wasn't reasonable action on her part. She did. It's not like she told them to leave the house. I don't want you in the house. And they like, we gonna stay in the house as long as we want to. I mean, that's when it gets kind of dicey.
No, it got kind of dicey when she called concern for her safety that there was a prowler and they're outside already thinking she's crazy, already saying, well, there's nothing out here, now starting to be suspicious, asking her about a vehicle that's in her driveway. That's none of their business. And what probable cause did they have to run the tags on the vehicle when they asked her? But that wasn't about the vehicle. But let's keep going and let him babble on.
And it's not like she's saying, get out of my house or I'm going to do something to you. And they're still like, do something then. It's kind of like stuff went south for no apparent reason.
What?
I don't think that she's a bad woman. I don't think
Bro,
that she
what are you talking
deserved to
about,
die.
man? Come on
I don't
now,
think that
dog.
he's a great cop, and I don't think he
Come
deserves
on, man.
for people to pat him on the back. I'm just articulating very clearly what I saw in this video. Anyway.
You're not really clear about anything. You're too middle of the road. After it originally happened was that, there was a counter between them. He was armed. She was unarmed. They claim a boiling pot of water. And this was what was so disappointing about the whole Officer Tatum thing was like, you're scared of a boiling pot of water that even if she would have thrown it, it would not have reached him or the water would have cooled down. And what kind of damage? I mean, it might have caused some second-degree, third-degree burns, but we put our life on the line for others. It is protect and serve. And they saw her as a criminal before they even knocked on the door.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is indicia of intent.
From that does make sense.
As much as we respect the jury and this legal process and the courts and his honor for his instructions and his diligence, we still see it as a first-degree murder charge, notwithstanding the respect that we have for the jury and the process. Sean Grayson had cover. Sonia, 110 pounds in a nightgown, a foot shorter than Sean Grayson. God knows how much less she weighed, did not have cover. All she had was a pot of water, and she thanked Sean Grayson before he came in the house for watching out over her home. This was not just a random attack. He knew what he was going to do before he did it. He had the requisite intent.
Wow. All right. Shout out to West Virginia Wire. Great video looking at the Sonia Massey case. And I wanted to bring that up just because I wanted to show Brandon Tatum has a track record of landing on the wrong side of discussions. It does not mean that you don't support police. It does not mean that you are anti-cop or anything of that nature. But this story right here should have been a slam dunk of exactly this gentleman was wrong. Now, maybe you don't know the degree, manslaughter versus murder versus first or second or third. Maybe you don't know that, but you know the person is wrong. But Brandon Tatum, yet again, he just seems to keep landing in positions that are inappropriate, that are wrong. And he won't back down. He won't make a correction. He'll double, triple, quadruple down instead of just saying, you know what, y'all, I had that wrong. My bad. I let my bias run me. I let my bias lead and I made a mistake. My bad. Nope. He's going to just keep, I'm right. Y'all wrong. Y'all didn't understand. Whoa. Y'all wrong. Y'all just didn't understand me. As if people are bona fide crazy. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. So many good people have already popped up in here. Thank you so much. West Virginia Wire's link is right there. I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. All right. We are all wired up defending our position, and it's a WWE show. I like that. Thank you so much, Tiger Lily. I appreciate that for sure. Okay. Yes. Everybody's been asking me, have I seen this Megyn Kelly? So let me tell you the truth. I have not seen the Megyn Kelly video. Let me also tell you another truth. We're going to watch it together. So if you have not seen it, shout out to you all. We're going to watch it in a second. Real quick, we will be playing Candy Rock Bingo tonight. So please, all right. Oh, wait, you know what? We just watched him. Let's see real quick. I'm going to take weird. I think Brandon Tatum is was weird for sure. Most certainly I don't like. Definitely I don't like. All right, so I got 4 already. And like I said right now, if you drop a super, go and put in there what word you need for your bingo. Make sure that you win. Everybody's going to get blackout bingo today. That's my goal. My goal in life is to make sure everybody gets blackout bingo. And if you want a bingo board, down in the description of this video, or the mods can drop it in there as well, is your bingo board. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado. Oh, and people keep asking, when is Candace going live? I don't know. She has not announced her recorded show yet. As of yet, at the current moment, it has not been announced. Maybe she's not going live at all. Maybe she's really convicted and God has convicted her heart and she's repenting for the foolishness that she has spread and she's just not going to do it. Maybe that's it. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. Let's go.
Been telling you, as this, I don't know if you want to call it a feud or what, between Candace Owens and Erica Kirk has been heating up, that I would have something to say on it in the coming days, and I do. It's been going on now for a while where Candace, I had that exchange with Ben Shapiro out on the tour where he said she'd accused Erica of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I was taken aback. I had not heard that. And then in the interim, between that day and the next, I had my staff go research exactly what she had said. And then somebody just happened to ask me a question about it. Truly was not, that was totally organic. That was not a plant by me at all, but somebody asked me about it the very next night. And I actually told them, because I'd been planning on saying something on the show since Ben had made the accusation. And if it was not true, I did not want to be having something that heavy hanging out there. Someone asked about it and I said, that's actually not true. And at that time, it was not true. Candace had not accused Erica of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I've gotten a lot of grief for saying that, but I was correct. We are relentlessly factual here in this program, and she had not done that at the time. As I pointed out at the time, she had impugned Turning Point, and I realized Erica is CEO, but she wasn't until after Charlie died. So, saying the guys at Turning Point had done something prior to Charlie's death is not the same as saying Erica Kirk. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Megan. That is really trying to thread a needle. I understand what you're saying, and that is some top tier lawyer action that you're giving us. That's some weapon grade lawyerism. But ma'am, come on now. Come on now. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. I'm gonna back up just a smidgen so you can hear that. This is some lawyerism here. I'm sorry. No offense to any of my lawyers in the chat. No offense whatsoever. Let's go.
I did not want to be having something that heavy hanging out there. Someone asked about it and I said, that's actually not true. And at that time, it was not true. Candace had not accused Erica of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I've gotten a lot of grief for saying that, but I was correct. We are relentlessly factual here in this program, and she had not done that at the time. As I pointed out at the time, she had impugned Turning Point. And I realize Erica is CEO, but she wasn't until after Charlie died. So, saying the guys at Turning Point had done something prior to Charlie's death is not the same as saying Erica Kirk. Okay. I'm sorry. It may seem to you like a distinction without a difference, but we really do care about.
Real quick. Green hearts in the chat if you agree with Megan that this is a distinction without a difference. That basically means it's the same thing, right? In the chat, in the chat, green hearts. If you think that this is no difference, implying it is basically saying that you did it. And we know this. We've watched her so much. We're not tourists. This is not our first day checking out Candace. Green hearts in the chat if you agree. If not, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. But come on now, for real.
Facts, being precise here on the program. We don't always get it right, but that's a big one to get wrong. Well, since then, Candace has been more focused on Erica Kirk. And I think that's because Erica Kirk went on a media tour and started clearly speaking out about Candace. And so, it turned into a rather explosive situation last week where Erica went on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News and said very clearly she wants these, quote, conspiracy theories to stop, especially about Turning Point USA, which she called her Turning Point family. And she was clearly upset. We played the soundbite for you. She was clearly, she's had it. And then she went on with Barry Weiss on CBS for a town hall. They had aired the preview, saw it, and then the actual exchange aired on Saturday night with Barry, where Erica told Candace to just stop. Okay, she just said, "I want you to stop." Actually, we'll play that. Let's play the soundbite here.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
And that was a clear play on words, if you will, because Candace, when she had started down the Turning Point narrative, had said, only my husband or Erica Kirk can tell me to stop this. And, one word from Erica will stop this. And Erica didn't say anything about this. She hasn't really been commenting on podcasts and so on. But she did, as you saw in that clip, say stop. And it was...
I just want Megan to real quick. Did Barry Weiss lie? Did anything that Barry Weiss say not comport with what Megan understands as truth? Because I think that's going to be part of the problem moving forward is that did Barry Weiss, was the question that she posed to Erica where Erica said stop, was that wrong? Was anything wrong there? Was there anything not factual, right? Or were you splitting hairs there, Megan? Because I think that's part of the problem that you're not addressing.
It was not taken as the command to stop. I think Candace felt she was saying stop lying, and Candace, her defense was she's not lying. She's actually trying to do an investigation into the true killer of Charlie Kirk. I've said before, and I will say again, I think they have the true killer of Charlie Kirk. His name is Tyler Robinson. He's in custody.
But you do realize that Candace has abominated anybody that believes that as fed slop or believe in the narrative being lied to. She's gone as far as say you're ignorant. So Megan, you believe this. You're the person that you're defending is saying that you're ignorant. My name is Jason.
And I have every reason to believe that he committed this murder. Many people disagree with me. Many people believe there's more to this story, that we're being lied to by our FBI, that there are too many inconsistencies around the official story. And those people are more than entitled to that belief. I don't share it. That's fine. This is America. You can feel differently about these things. But with things ratcheting up between Erica and Candace last week, many people had been asking me, why aren't you saying anything? Obviously, I love Erica Kirk. I do. I love her. And I feel, as I said on the tour, protective of her because she's in an extremely vulnerable state right now. Yes, she's taken on the CEO position of Turning Point. And, it's a fair question to ask whether that's a job she can do right now while she's at the height of her grieving. I take no position on that. I think she's doing fine. But I also think it's fair. You can ask that. So I don't like to see her get attacked at all. And I wish that would stop. And to be honest, I wish Candace wouldn't be pursuing the Turning Point narrative at all.
Wait. Erica's being attacked? Megan, by whom? Whom is attacking? Oh, wait, did anybody know this? I didn't know this. Look, I'm taken aback. Erica's being attacked? By whom, Megan? Maybe you could just tell me, because I'm a tourist. I just popped up. I don't know. Who's attacking her, Megan? That would be really interesting if you would just maybe lend your voice to actually who it is. That would maybe be helpful to everybody.
Never mind Erica. Though again, she hasn't graduated to blaming Erica for Charlie's murder. She's criticizing her and the media tour. And that is fair game. That piece of it is fair game. So in any event, Candace knows I disagree with her on this. Petty internet people want to turn that into a cat fight between Candace and yours truly, which will fail.
No. We just want you to say the truth. It doesn't have to be a cat fight. You don't have to choose to participate in foolishness. You don't have to. You can say this is what it is and leave it alone. If somebody else wants to be a cat fight, it's going to be a cat by themselves. You can do that. You really can. You don't have to say, well, in order for it not to be a cat fight, I'm not going to tell the truth. Well, see, that's why you're here now eating crow for like the third time, I think this is.
She and I actually have only gotten closer over the past couple of months as people try to make me attack her. So fuck off, okay?
Whoa.
I have no obligation to you to hate the people you hate.
Why does Megan do that? I did not see that one coming. I didn't see that coming. I'm going to give her a flag on the play, y'all. I did not see that coming. Why did y'all do that to your boy? That surprised me. I was not prepared for that.
Flag on each and every one of y'all.
Each and every one of y'all. Each and every one of y'all get a flag on the play. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to have to go over here. I'm going to have to, hold on. You know what, man? You know what? I felt like when that happened, I feel some kind of way. I felt that. There you go. I feel offended. I feel attacked even. Why didn't y'all tell me Megan out here cussing like that? Showing out like that?
Or try to bring down the people you want brought
Y'all didn't even give your boy fair warning.
down. I'm sorry, but if that's what you want from me, you do need to move on. It's not going to happen. And I've learned a lot behind the scenes from Candace about some of the things she's been put through from people I used to respect. I also, though, adore and love Erica. And
You know what? I didn't hear Megan say anything about the assassination attempt. I think that's adorable. That assassination attempt is going away. No, that thing is getting put in the dustbin. Nobody else is going to talk about it. Mark my words. Nobody else is going to talk about the assassination. The international assault. Hold on, because I still got my maroon over here. We still rocking the maroon, right? I promise you, that thing is going away. Her lawyer said, stop that foolishness.
I want this to stop. I do, of course. None of this is a mystery to Erica or to Candace. And a couple of weeks ago, Erica called me. And it's relevant to the meeting they just had. Okay, so I'm going to get into this. Those two had a sit-down meeting yesterday for 4.5 hours. Erica and Candace, alone. Well, I think they had two other people with them, but those were the two principals. And they met face-to-face in Nashville yesterday.
Not
No
a fan of that.
recording devices, nothing, just the two of them. And again, each had a supporter. Someone from their own respective teams. I'll let them disclose the specifics of that. But they made a lot of progress, according to them. And this is what they tweeted out yesterday after the meeting. Candace said, Erica and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow as I am currently exhausted, but I wanted to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back, and the immediate result was that tensions were thawed. That's very good. Erica posted something 10 minutes later, writing, had a very productive conversation with Candace Owens. More to come from both of us. Looking forward to AmFest this week. That's Turning Point's biggest event of the year. It happens this weekend, later this week into the weekend. Time to get back to work. So I will let Erica and the Turning Point crew and Candace Owens fill you in on what happened at that meeting and so on. I just wanted to know, because many of my viewers have been wondering why I haven't said anything, given...
The issue is that we expect you to be a straight shooter. That's the thing that we expect. We expect you to be like, hey, if my friend is misbehaving, I'm going to call them out and say like, hey, you need to stop doing that. Or you're not doing something correct, or what you're doing is inappropriate, wrong, dare I say the worst type of thing. That's what we're expecting from you, Megan. That's what we're expecting from Brandon Tatum. That's what we're expecting from these luminaries that we look at and say, oh, these people are going to call balls and strikes. They will call Jason wrong. They will call Candace wrong. We just want you to, they'll say Jason is right. They will say when Candace is right. That's what we want to see. Not all of this dilly-dally, milk toast, all this foolishness, this milksop foolishness that has got you here. That's why your people keep asking you to say something. But I digress. Let us go. Finish up.
My previous statements about Erica. And the reason is that I have been working behind the scenes to try to foster a détente between them.
But you said they weren't fighting. Remember? There was no issue before. Maybe you should run your tape back and pay attention to what you said, Meg. There was no issue before, remember? So why did you need a détente? Why did you need a ceasefire or a truce if there was no fight?
Erica called me weeks ago and asked me if I would be part of this sit down with them, which originally they had contemplated might be for consumption by the public, might air in some way, shape, or form, and asked if I would facilitate that meeting between the two of them. And I said yes immediately. Of course I would. I reached out to Candace. She said, absolutely. I'm thrilled it's you. I'm in. And the two of them took it from there, trying to negotiate the specifics of what they'd both be comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I don't want to get into like semantics because I'm one of those people that I'm really bad with times. I'm not the best with times. So I might say something happened a week ago and it could have happened yesterday. I do that a lot. My wife hates that I round everything up. So I'll tell people in a heartbeat, we've been married for 25 years. That's because I don't want to sit around and think about like how many years it is. But it really hasn't been 25 years yet. It will be 25 years coming up this February. But you got my point. So I'm not mad at Megan for that. But the problem is if Erica called you weeks ago, let's just say 4 weeks ago, that means that you were pretending like when you were sitting with Ben Shapiro saying, I've never heard this before. Well, man, then that means you're probably not being truthful. You weren't being honest. If you had already talked to that woman on the phone and she expressed to you that I need to have a sit down with Candace Owens, and you immediately called her and scheduled it, and they weren't actually fighting and you didn't know, then what the devil were you doing? See, I think you might need to run your own tape back, young lady. You might need to run the tape back and check what you said, because you just said that they weren't fighting, but 4 weeks ago, let's just say weeks ago, that's a month ago, or let's say 2 weeks ago, same thing. Like you still were pretending as if that had not happened. Now just leave it alone.
With where, when, etc. And eventually it changed after they hit some roadblocks. Again, that's for someone else to tell you about if they so choose. Not having anything to do with yours truly, but hit some roadblocks in scheduling and the specifics that led them to just say, let's do this privately, not on camera, not in a live stream, just us. And I thought that was a great idea, and I fully support it, and I have been in touch with both of them repeatedly. Okay, so that's what I've been doing. And I understand my core audience knows who I am and would never have assumed the worst about me, that I was just abandoning Erica or getting ready to pounce on Candace and, insert myself into this on one side. I'm not getting ready to do that, and I don't want that. I don't think that's God's role for me here. I really fully believe God's role for me here is to possibly play a role in getting this whole thing to a better place. I think I might be in a position to help construct that. Maybe not. But sitting here in my studio in Connecticut, just slinging mud at one side or the other, or tearing people down, or, expressing my disgust, my outrage, that is pointless here. My goal and my job here, I think, is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this. I know you're not supposed to say it. You're supposed to just immediately condemn her. But I love the Turning Point guys, and I don't believe for 1 second any of them had anything to do with Charlie's murder. Not for 1 second do I believe that.
For the life of me, that is so conflicting. To say that you love somebody, you're really concerned about this particular organization. I love these people. And I also love somebody who's deliberately and intentionally attacking the people that I first said I love and the organization I love. Ma'am, how does that? I don't know how that works. I really don't. I don't know. I do not understand this. I don't think it's on the level of your spouse or your children, but it just doesn't make sense. It makes no sense that you care about Turning Point, the people at Turning Point, but you also care about the person who is intentionally misleading people about Turning Point. I don't know how that works. I don't. The mental and lyrical gymnastics is like weapons grade. You're getting a gold medal for this, Megan. I don't know. I don't know. Whenever the ceremony is, we'll make sure you get your gold medal, because I don't know how you do this. I really don't. Let's finish.
So people who care about Candace and love Erica have been in a tough position as this whole thing has escalated, and care about Turning Point, which I deeply do. And I will make sure that their legacy is not destroyed. And I will do everything.
Is that not the most insanest sentence? I'll do whatever to make sure that the legacy of Turning Point is not destroyed. By whom? Who's trying to destroy Turning Point's legacy? Megan, just humor me. Treat me like I'm an idiot. Who's trying to destroy their legacy? I'm going to go on a limb and say it's probably not your audience, Megan. I don't think it's mine in the best live chat on the internet. Maybe if we got some Cantifa people, by the way, Cantifa, make sure you get on up here to the front of the church. We always save room for y'all up here in the front. So please make sure that you get on up here. Our ushers told us that a lot of you weren't certain where to sit when you come to church. So come right on up here to the front. We leave room for all Cantifa members. Get right up here in the front of the church. Make sure you hit the like button and tell us your like number on the way in the door. There we go. Now, it's odd that you say that, Megan, because, well, who is it? Maybe you do need to start calling out some direct and specific names. Maybe the dilly-dallying, the dancing around topics is what's confusing people. Maybe that's it. What do you think about it? Meg, you think that might be it? Does that make sense? Let's go.
Within my power to help them thrive, including supporting my own kids in forming a Turning Point chapter and going out to AmFest and helping headline that event and encouraging everyone I know within the conservative movement to go and support them and to donate. So that's where I am. But that doesn't mean I need to sling mud at somebody who sees it differently than I do. And it especially doesn't mean I should remove myself from a position that I think few hold, where I might be able to actually help this thing go away if I can, or at least get to a better place.
What is the thing? What's the better place? What's the bad place that it's in? Maybe you need to start calling exact terms. Like, what is the bad place that it's in? Like what is it? It's got a little tummy ache. Does it need an amputation? Like, what is the bad place that it's in? That would be very interesting to maybe help that out, Megan. Just something to think about.
All right, just at least get to a better place, not just for them. I don't think this is good for anybody's mental health, but for America, for our country, and definitely for the conservative movement. There are so many really important battles that we're going to have to fight together against the radical left. And if there's any way that strain of argument and contention can be dissipated, can be managed to a place where it's not quite as upsetting, awful, tough on a lot of people I love, then I would like to be that person if I can. This isn't about me. It's totally not about me. It's about those two, and I commend both of them. I mean, honestly, like, that took a lot of guts for both of them. Erica is grieving. Erica was away all week on the road promoting Charlie's book. She just did, I know people have given her blowback on the press tour. She committed to the stops that Charlie committed to. She is truly trying to fulfill Charlie's legacy and promise on his book. It's not easy for her. People say,
well, hold on. I don't think anybody sane is really mad at Erica. Why don't you go ahead and talk about what Candace is doing? How about that? We know most people know what Erica's doing and why she's doing it. Why don't you talk about Candace? I want to know why Candace is doing what she's doing. Who is she helping out? Who is she helping? Because remember also, Candace has said that the official narrative as it relates to Charlie Kirk's assassination is Fed slop. If you say that you believe that, then, Megan, then you are in her crosshairs because you are buying into the narrative. I just see a lot of people bending over backwards to support Candace. I don't see her doing the same.
She's loving it. She's not loving it. She'd rather be home with her babies because she is now a single mother. She's got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old who need her back at home. Not to mention Turning Point. And it took guts for Candace to go too. Let's face it. She's been ripping on Turning Point, an organization that Charlie built, that Erica's running mercilessly for weeks now. And she'd been coming under fire for not accepting the invite of the Turning Point guys to join their live stream, which was supposed to take place yesterday, responding to her claims. And then, the big kahuna, the CEO, Erica Kirk herself, and Charlie's widow, she's got a couple of roles in this whole story, reaches out to her and says, I will come sit with you directly. And so, she could have run from that. She could have found 10,000 excuses not to do it. I'm just happy to sit here on my set and hurl allegations without saying them to your face. She didn't. They sat for 4+ hours yesterday.
Stunning and brave, man.
I'll let them take it from here, but I wanted to tell you what my role in it has been. And I'll just say this final thing. To the hateful people whom I used to call friends, who have been all over the internet trying to shame me and say that no one should ever listen to this program again because I haven't spoken out on the Erica-Candace conflict. I don't have any pearls of wisdom other than go fuck yourselves.
Whoa.
Go fuck yourselves. You have no fucking clue.
Whoa, Meg. Hold on now, Meg.
Flag on each and every one of y'all.
What did he say?
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Whoa, Meg.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Some of this right here, and I understand you're upset. Megan. So you got your finger, you got the little bird finger, you're upset. I got that part. I totally understand that. But telling your audience, whether it be supporters, hate watchers, those who are lukewarm about you, whatever, to go F themselves is the exact way that you continue to foster and you continue to grow your own opposition. You're building your own rogues gallery by doing that. By allowing yourself to get into a position where you are telling people that may or may not support you to go F themselves, you are building your next rogues gallery. you are guaranteeing that you will have more opposition than you have support. Nobody's looking at you saying, oh my gosh, she is so wonderful. She's telling people to go F themselves. I can't wait for the next episode. No, you're going to build more opposition. I really hope I'm not telling a whole grown woman that being emotional and telling your opposition to go F themselves is not a good strategy. I really hope I'm not telling you that. I mean, you've been to law school, you have a huge platform.
Boy, if you don't get,
I don't want to have to tell you that. I really don't want to have to be the voice of sound reason to say, telling your audience to go F themselves is probably not a good look. And you said it now multiple times. So you mean it? It's not just a slip of the tongue. That's kind of crazy. Let's go.
What's going on? You don't know what I do behind the scenes. And your world is so myopically online. You fail to understand there are real humans involved here. And actually being able to touch grass and have relationships with them, which is something I'm doing, could prove to actually benefit all involved. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't at all, but it's at least got a shot. I'm not sure your Twitter shame game has gotten anything of value done.
It's very possible, but I'm gonna go on a limb, Megan. And again, I don't know. Maybe they're really giving her grief somewhere. Maybe on X or wherever they're really giving her grief. Okay, and that's possible. But the fact that you don't see your opposition, because you just sat there and regaled Erica for being conciliatory to her opposition. We didn't see Erica get on there saying, go F yourself. Sad to say, a lot of people wanted her to do that. But nobody said, Erica didn't do that. And so I hate that you instead of realizing that, ma'am, what you did right there was out of pocket. That's out of pocket. But whatever, it is what it is. Go do your thing. I just want you to know this.
Sensational.
Oh, that wasn't the right one. Sorry. Oh, where is it? Doggone it. Okay. Oh, here it is.
It's an evil world we live in.
Yeah. Megan, yeah, that was bad. That was a bad look. That wasn't the strong, solid look like you wanted it to come across, like you were some stalwart and a paradigm of strong femininity. No, it looked like you were out of pocket and emotional because you've been getting called out. And I mean, there's some good reason to get called out because you're saying things here that don't comport with what you said on the stage with Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or even in other situations. It's looking like you might have been lying. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but let me know for sure. Y'all, thank you so much to everybody who's jumped into the best live channel on the internet. Y'all are wondering, y'all asking the question, when is Candace's show going on? Well, she has not announced her show yet, and we're creeping up on 5 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she got convicted in her heart and she's just going to take the week off. I don't know. Maybe she's starting early Christmas and just go spend time with her family and get her life together. I don't know, but I'm ready though. MT said, did you see Megan's video with the $2? She said she was spineless. I mean, there's a lot of legalese. I'll say that for sure. What do we have here? $5 says this. Erica was villainized by Candace because she was silent. Now that she said stop, it's petty back and forth. This is very unfair to Erica. I mean, there we go. I don't know why people spend so much time trying to justify Candace's behavior, but not justify Erica's response or vice versa. That just seems weird. Megan is a textbook definition of a coward. Thank you, Sir K, with the $2 Canadian up in here. What does Cindy say with the 10? Thank you so much. Do y'all notice that both Megan and Candy use some kind of reverse feminism? Candace saying Erica cannot possibly be CEO and mom. Now Megan calling their disagreement a catfight. Hypocrisy, maybe? I can see that. I can totally see that. Absolutely. No. Thank you so much for the 10. And Cindy, thank you for that keen observation. What is MT saying over here? Go forth and choose your next victim. Tim Candy. Thank you so much for the 2, for sure. Megan just gave the farm away. She was working for weeks to get them to meet. That's what I'm saying. Candace knew before this and still decided to go on the attack. There you go, righteous. Thank you so much for the $5. Yeah, like That means that Candace, in the midst of choosing to, or rather knowing that Erica wanted to connect with her, which again seems weird, you don't have her number? Like, this is your best friend, allegedly, your best friend's wife. I don't know, maybe it's weird to me, but all my friends have my wife's number and my number. Like, what are we doing here? Why is that a problem? I don't understand that. Like, all my sisters have my wife's number. Like, why is that odd? It seems strange. And my wife has their numbers. Just weird. Shout out to Black Sigma with the 5. This is my super chat rant. Megan is a coward. That is a fact. Look up Gretchen Carlson and Fox News. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you, Black Sigma. Always supporting the channel, always being so gracious. Thank you so much. And he came back around the block. Megan is a hypocrite in regards to Russell Brand and what she said about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know everything she said, so I'm going to let you have that one for sure. But thank you, Black Sigma. What do you have here? Emma Cross with the 5. The people whose actions don't line up with what they say. Video she posted on her and Tucker backstage and essentially lying about what happened. I think you're talking about, is this the infamous Go Max conversation? But yes, thank you so much, Emma, with the 5 for sure. What do we got here? Real Bay says this. Megyn Kelly is a shill. Erica Kurtz, a person. Erica Kurtz. Charlie's death was either a false flag or a psyop. People need to wake up. Okay, well, thank you, Real Bays with the 5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Phantom says this with the 2. If she thought that, she should have spoke up. I mean, where was if you already knew that this was in the mix, then you shouldn't have been sitting there saying that you don't know why anybody would say when Ben Shapiro said that Candace said that Erica was responsible for Charlie's death. Why are you acting so gobsmacked like you had never heard that before? The right hides evil behind disagreement. Thank you so much for the $2 there, MT. I appreciate you. And then, of course, Jody says this with the 5. Remember, Megan left Fox News, NBC because she hated Trump. So how much does she care about Turning Point or Erica? She is trying to play both sides. That's an excellent point. Right on the button. I love it. Hey there, Amethyst, and the stream sponsor. Thank you so much for the very kind 20. She says this, an expectation is the premeditated resentment. I'm getting gray pill, not quite black, over the elite in the fourth estate, now independent journals. I no longer expect direct or unfiltered opinions. We cannot trust in man. Thank you so much. And thank you for the very kind $20 super. Thank you so much. And you've been a member for how long? You've been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much. There goes your subs and members. It'll take time to get them back. Time. Things I must earn. See you. Wouldn't want to be you. Brandon Tatum and Megyn Kelly. Shout out for sure. Thank you so much. Amethyst for being a member for 19 months. My goodness. What's Junebug say with the 2? She's a candy. Oh no, I'm done with her. Yeah, I don't know how Megan recovers from that. Welcome, Irony, being a brand new member. Welcome to the party. Thank you so much. And people are asking and people are wondering. Candace has not announced that her video is going up yet. So who knows? Like I said, maybe she's not going to do a show. I do have 3 videos we want to talk about. We got to look at our good friend, Mr. Nick Brooks, who's become like a favorite over here. What is Nicole say with the 5? I really thought the pressure everyone was talking about was from some type of elites. The pressure is the internet fans. Wow. Yeah. I think because we are in a situation now where we've kind of decentralized and is the democratization of information, Megyn Kelly has to compete out here just like, I have to compete. Of course, she's going to do better than me because she has more resources. But really, we're all competing for attention in a centralized and a decentralized situation. So I think there's a lot of good can come from that. What do we have here? Thank you so much. I'm a gal. Hey, Jay, great chat as always. Thank you so much for the very kind 5. I appreciate you. All right, what we got here? Astro Kingdom with the 2 says this. Yeah. I know exactly what it means. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, POS. And we're coming back around. Thank you so much, Wit5761, with a very kind $5 super sticker. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Oh, hey, there we go. And now we got a new stream sponsor. Debbie, thank you, very kind, for the 50. These people change their stories like I changed my clothes. She seems to flip-flop quickly from her video from the other day. Megan Kelly says, stop with the conspiracies. I'm right there with you. Thank you so much. And now you are the stream sponsor. Thank you, love. New moniker, the Cantaffies. The D is silent. The Cantaffies. I like Cantifa. I'm going to stay with Cantifa, though. I like that one. I like it. But real quick, friend of the channel, I think he was in the chat at one point, Bronson, Rage Bronson, has been really doing an excellent job. I don't know. I need to find out a little bit more about his background, but he does a great job of deep dives into these topics. So I'm going to bring his video in. But before we do that, I want to answer a question that a lot of people ask about whether or not Candace is treading into getting close to the line of defamation, and where does that look? What does that look like? And has she also traveled into the realm of interfering with the Tyler Robinson case? So we looked at Nick Brooks earlier. He did talk about defamation. This one is about whether or not she's getting real close to interference. So real quick, let's bring this in. Shout out Green Hearts in the chat when you can hear.
A California attorney. And today we're asking whether Candace Owens has gone too far in publicly defending Tyler Robinson, the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk, and what legal lines apply when you talk about an active murder case. Owens has already told millions of her followers that she does not believe Robinson pulled the trigger or acted alone, directly contradicting prosecutors. We'll walk through defamation and interference with justice risk and apply them to what she's actually saying. Here's the setup. Charlie Kirk was tragically shot and killed at a Utah college event in September, and 22-year-old Tyler Robinson now faces aggravated murder and related charges, with prosecutors pursuing the death penalty. While the DOJ weighs a possible federal hate crime theory, the official line from investigators is that Robinson acted alone. Owens has spent weeks on her show and social feeds pushing alternative theories, saying Robinson did not pull the trigger, and insisting there were other actors involved. Legally, there are 3 lanes to pay attention to here: defamation, interference with justice, and what courts call fair comment on matters of public concern. Owens is talking about a public figure's assassination, an accused killer, and supposed hidden conspirators, all in front of a massive audience. So the core questions are, when are her claims protected opinion or speculation, and when do they drift towards false factual accusations that could support a lawsuit or anger prosecutors? In plain English, defamation is a false statement of fact about a real person that harms their reputation, published to others without a good legal defense. Calling out government inconsistencies or asking questions is usually protected. However, inventing specific criminal facts about named private people is much riskier. Interference with justice theories focus on whether someone is trying to intimidate witnesses, poison a jury pool, or otherwise obstruct the process. At the same time, commentary on high-profile criminal cases gets strong First Amendment protection. Apply that to what Owens is actually doing here. She says Robinson was involved on the September 10th assassination of Charlie Kirk, but insists that he did not pull the trigger and did not act alone, directly contradicting prosecutors who say he acted by himself. She questions the murder weapon, suggests there may have been a second shooter, and hints that other people in Kirk's orbit might be hiding something, while sharing selective text and paperwork. That's mostly framed as, this is what I believe, but some of it sounds like factual claims about real, identifiable people. Realistically, the highest immediate risk is a defamation claim from someone she strongly implies is involved in Kirk's killing or cover-up, especially if they're a private or less public figure. Prosecutors also hate having a huge influence or questioning evidence in real time, but they'd be very cautious about turning that into any kind of charge because of the First Amendment and the political blowback. The DOJ's focus right now is building a death penalty case, not chasing commentators. The broader lesson for anyone with a platform is this: you can criticize the government's case, point out gaps, and debate motives, especially in a huge political assassination. But the danger zone is when you start confidently assigning criminal roles to specific individuals without evidence. Even if you've never even seen a courtroom, you can blow up relationships, face demands to retract, and become part of the story instead of just covering it. There's a big difference between here's what we don't know yet and here's who helped kill him. If you found this helpful, hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments whether you think Candace Owens is courageously questioning a shaky case or recklessly smearing people in the middle of a murder prosecution. If someone you know follows Owens, Kirk, or true crime politics, send this to them so they can see where the legal line really is. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If the mods could just make sure, I think Nick does a great job. And they're quick. They're just to the point. He really has been crushing it. And he's been an insight for sure. So if you could, please just make sure the mods can make sure we drop his link in the chat. And of course, please make sure you go by and check him out. Drop him a green heart or two and let him know we appreciate what he's doing, because he's doing the yeoman's job. He's doing an excellent work. Thank you so much, Future. I appreciate that for sure. Now, I mentioned a moment ago we were going to look at our good friend, Rage Bronson, and he's an excellent content creator. He jumped into the chat, and he's been in the chat earlier. I know he jumped on panel with us this past weekend. Excellent guy, really great and very smart. And he has a really keen eye, and I dare say a really keen ear for things that you maybe just didn't pay attention to. So I'm going to bring this in. It's a great video that he just dropped. If the mods can just make sure we have that link in the chat as well for everybody to go check out what Bronson is doing. And of course, oh, there he is right there. I'm chilling and sipping some coffee, enjoying Jay Witt. Lay down some facts. Brother, good to see you, man. So I want to look at your video that you just dropped earlier today. So let me bring this in.
She succeeded. She got what she wanted. That whole manipulation tactic worked. It worked to a T. Two things happened. One, they didn't do the live stream Monday to go over her claims and accusations. And two, Candace got to meet in private with Erica. Wasn't even on a live stream. Candace threw a fit and behaved like a little brat, and she got her way. And she got her way. After all that, Erica Kirk decided to acquiesce to her request. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Happy Tuesday. We're going to go over some stuff really quick. All right, I just want to cover this, the most recent drop from Candace Owens on her Instagram account about.
So real quick, before Bronson gets too far afield, and a lot of people have been wondering, so your girl just dropped her video update. Her video will be going public at 5:30. I'm going to stop calling it going live because it's not live. Her video will be going public at 5:30. There we go. All right, so just give you a heads up. So we got about, give or take, 45 minutes. Shout out to Bronson. Let's go, brother.
About the meeting that she had with Erica Kirk. I've got a few points that I want to make there. And then we're also going to cover a little bit on Tyler Robinson and about this, the conversation that whether or not he acted alone. Got a few things I want to go over there too quick. So let's go ahead and get into this, shall we? Here is Candace Owens' Instagram post. Let's watch.
4.5 hours later, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm totally fine, and I'm sorry. I was going to do a show for you guys this evening, but I am truly exhausted. Very productive conversation. I asked every single question. I mean, from Egyptian planes to Turning Point USA Faith, and I was very surprised by some of the answers that I got, and I think they were also very surprised when I shared certain intel. This probably should have happened a very long time ago, but I wanted to let you guys know that I am alive, and I will have the full rundown for you guys tomorrow of what transpired. And yeah, I think it was definitely a very big step in the right direction. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, most of us have seen that. I know it popped up yesterday. It was a big deal yesterday. And so most of you all have seen that, green hearts in the chat, that you've seen it. So, okay. Now, let's hear what Bronson had to say, which I thought was very good.
Hi, guys.
4.5 hours
I'm
later.
alive. I'm alive. It's okay. All right. Anybody watch that and think, oh, yeah, Candace, yeah, she met with Erica and she's going to turn over a new leaf and she's going to stop the grift and she's just going to come out and tell the truth about everything. Let's go back in time a little bit. All right. We're going to go back to Sunday. Candace made this post at 9:46 in the morning. Get off my screen. Wealthy people hold such little respect for the public. They believe they can outright purchase common sense via influence campaigns. Okay, first of all, let's just cover this first sentence. Wealthy people hold such little respect for the public. What is Candace LARPing as like an average middle class nobody? What is this? What is this sentence? Wealthy people hold such. Candace, you're wealthy. You and your husband are wealthy as shit. What are you talking about? They believe they can outright purchase common sense via influence campaigns. Who has a larger influence right now than Candace Owens? Let's go on to the next sentence, which I think is the telling one. We don't believe Tyler Robinson acted alone and killed Charlie Kirk. All right, so up until, as far as I know, from everything that I've watched, up until 9:46 a.m. on December 14th, Candace Owens has been pushing the fact that Tyler Robinson, A, that his family members don't think he did it, and B, that Tyler Robinson was never even at UVU, has never even been on UVU campus. But
real quick, I want to jump on that too, because I feel like I forgot about that. Candace did kind of shift her languaging from Tyler Robinson was never on the campus to now he didn't act alone. Did y'all notice that? Had y'all picked up on that little nuance? And again, we're not trying to split hairs. This is a real bona fide difference, because she said the dude was never even on campus at all. And now he's on campus and even pulled the trigger, but he just didn't act alone. That is a whole different game of cheese. All right, let's keep it going. Let's roll.
On December 14th at 9:46 a.m., Candace all of a sudden says that we don't believe Tyler Robinson acted alone. I'm assuming, and I don't know this for a fact.
I like his point.
But I'm assuming at this point right here, Candace had already been in touch with Erica, because later on that Sunday at 7:01 in the afternoon or evening, whatever you want to call it, Erica announced that they're going to meet on December 15th, that following Monday. And Candace quote tweets it and says, I'm very much looking forward to this discussion at 7:08 p.m. This tells me that she might have been a little worried about that meeting. She might have been a little concerned. So just to cover her tracks, at 9:46 in the morning, she wanted to make a point that she put this exact message out there. Now, let's go back to how this all originally started, okay?
Good point.
This started with Blake Neff and Andrew Colvette coming out and doing a video saying that they are going to be doing a live stream on December 15th. And in that live stream, they are going to address claims and accusations made by Candace Owens. This is where all of this stems from. That video, and then inviting Candace to come on to go over and address all of her claims and accusations. And what did we see from Candace? We saw one of the most wild displays of public manipulation I think we might have ever seen. We've seen a lot of gaslighting from politicians. We've seen a ton of it from the left, especially during the pandemic, right?
Right, for sure.
Nothing like what Candace Owens did. She went on this whole tirade about anytime, any place. So except that day. I can't do it that day. But hey, I think maybe I can do it that day if you can promise me that Erica's going to be there and that she's going to answer all my questions and that she's going to do this and that, right? She just spun and grift and spin and grift and spin and grift back. And it's all she did. She just spun the shit out of it. So it went from, hey, we're going to address your claims and accusations to, no, you need to promise me to answer all of my questions and I'll be there, but I can't be there. But if Eric can be there and you guys promise me that I can take notes and then I can sit down and go over all this stuff with Erica and then I'll absolutely do it. So what did Candace do? Candace won. She succeeded. She got what she wanted. That whole fucking manipulation fucking tactic worked. It worked to a T. Two things happened. One, they didn't do the live stream Monday to go over her claims and accusations. And two, Candace got to meet in private with Erica. Wasn't even on a live stream. So
all right, here's where I'm going to disagree with Bronson. Shout out to Bronson. I'm going to disagree with him. They still did a live stream, so it wasn't like they stopped that stream. The vast majority of people know that the accusations that Candace has leveled against Turning Point are full of hot air. They know they're garbage. And though they did not sit down and do an official live stream debunking each one of those dumb points that she had out there, they've been knocked down left and right and center. We're about to take down the plain one in a second. So I think that, though, again, it wasn't that official because now Candace doesn't have content that she can milk from it. If they had done it, that's all she would have done is just milk the content, farmed it for content. But she doesn't have that. So that was just it. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
Candace avoided that entire situation and got intel. Eric and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agree, I'm sure. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel. Share intel? What intel, Candace? What did you give him? You gave him the Egyptian plane logs that, from my understanding, have been completely debunked now. Did you share the intel of that heroic military story that you shared about the guy that allegedly saw Brian Harpole in a top secret meeting, whatever? What intel do you have, Candace, that could be useful to Erica Kirk and TPUSA in any way, shape, or form?
To anybody sane, I don't think there's any intel. I agree with you there.
But oh no, she was able to extract information from Erica Kirk. So she got what she wanted, guys. TPUSA gave in, and they gave Candace exactly what she was after. I don't know what's going on at TPUSA, but in my opinion, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. Why would you meet with Candace Owens? Why would you not do why would you, who do you think brought this up? This whole, like, where Erica says, right here. And I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold. Who you think Erica was like, hey, Candace, listen, if we meet, let's do this. We'll meet and let's put live streams on hold. You think Erica came up with that? Or you think that was Candace's request? What are they doing? This, in my opinion, was a stupid move. What has Candace done? What actions has Candace made that make TPUSA think they can trust anything she says or does? Candace clearly doesn't care about lawsuits. So the threat of a lawsuit isn't going to do anything to this woman. She could care less. She's still running on crazy Brigitte Macron stuff while she's currently fighting a defamation case. And I also saw a report where they're sort of like breaking down the amount of income that Candace is currently generating off of this Charlie Kirk stuff and kind of what she's looking at as far as the defamation case goes, that even if she loses that defamation case based on the amount of money that she's making right now off of the Charlie Kirk subject, that she could actually still come out on top. I would have much rather they just did the live stream, called out everything Candace has said, showed it's been complete horse shit, and just been done with her and wrote her off. But no, instead, we're going to cancel that live stream. We're going to show up to a private meeting with Candace, and we're going to share intel with her to give her more stuff for her show for the next however long. You don't think she's going to twist that shit? You don't think she's going to use that to her advantage? Candace threw a fit and behaved like a little brat, and she got her way. And she got her way. After all that, Erica Kirk decided to acquiesce to her request. And you know, I wanted to think that maybe TPUSA, they're just operating on good faith. They're just good people, and they're operating in good faith, and they're just trying to do the right thing and show that they don't have anything to hide, and they're just okay. But they got to know that they can't trust Candace Owens, okay?
Right.
So they're either just really good people operating on good faith and they're completely ignorant, or two, maybe Candace has something on them. Maybe Candace has some dirt on some high-level people at TPUSA that they really don't want to get out. And I'm not even saying that dirt has anything to do with Charlie Kirk in any way, shape, or form. But if that's the case, I feel like they would have come to this meeting or agreement much sooner than 3 months. Anyway.
All right. So shout out to Bronson. I want y'all to go check out the rest of this video. He does an excellent job of kind of breaking down the whole Tyler Robinson breakdown. I think he was in the chat at one point. So if the mods could just make sure that Bronson's link is in the chat, y'all go by and check out and finish up the rest of this video. I see he's got a lot of supporters in here. Lots of people agree with him. So, you know, I'm willing to accept that maybe I may have a different opinion. I believe that there was the right thing to do, but I'm willing to hear. Now, a lot of people have already chimed in, and I know a lot of you all are going to want to be right on the money. Candace is supposed to be going live at 5:30. All right. So I need to go ahead. I want to bring in this video completely obliterating the whole Egyptian plane foolishness. I've said it from the word go, that it was dumb, that it made no sense, that it was illogical, all the above. Well, there's a young man who did a great video debunking it. He invested the money to look at those flight logs. He invested the money to pull up those real numbers and found out some very interesting things. So with no further ado, let's go.
September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University. Police say they have the shooter. There is a confession, DNA, and a recovered weapon. His name is Tyler Robinson. His parents identified him from FBI photos and helped turn him in. But online, a very different story has taken hold. A story claiming this wasn't a lone gunman, but a coordinated multinational operation involving Egypt, Israel, France, the United States, federal agencies, TPUSA executives, Bridget Macron, and even French legionnaires. And at the center of it all are two planes. Candace Owens has told millions of people that two Egyptian military aircraft, SU-BTT and SU-BND, tracked Erica Kirk's movements 73 times over 3 years.
Between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SU-BTT, the yellow plane, and SU-BND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations, okay? 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped, okay? And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica.
She says the odds of this happening.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to stop. I'm going to make a station break. Down in the chat right now, I'm dropping the link to this young man's channel. All right, I just put it in the chat right now. There it is right now. Can we do something real quick? Open up another browser window. Jump over right now. He has 815 subscribers, so he hasn't hit 1,000 yet. Can y'all jump over there real quick? I mean, super fast. We're not going to be long. Like this video of his and go ahead and subscribe to his channel. I think that would be a blessing to him. Leave him a green heart. Let him know that, you know, this wackadoodle Jason sent me over here. But drop him a green heart or two and just let him know real quick. This is a super fast activity. And if you want to do it later, do that too as well. But yeah, go ahead and check him out because he's doing a great job of breaking down. When he breaks down exactly how many times these quote unquote planes crossed Erica and Charlie, it's a work of art. So just real quick, check him out, hit him up. I'll bring it back in. Let's go. There we go. All right. Almost 900. I love it. Yes, there we go. Let's go.
Randomly are
less than a 0.00000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times.
In her words, the Egyptian planes hold the key.
The Egyptian planes hold the key, and that is obvious. Maybe these planes might be the key to everything. They hold the key to solving Charlie's assassination.
Egypt to Israel to France to the United States to TPUSA to Charlie's murder. This entire web rests on one claim, that these two Egyptian planes tracked Erica Kirk 73 times. To support it, Candace said she used Flight Radar 24 and showed a spreadsheet on her screen. I screenshotted that spreadsheet and rebuilt it line by line. She says she verified everything using Flight Radar 24. So I did exactly what she claimed she did. I bought the Flight Radar 24.
Let me also point out, Flight Radar is an expensive program. If you go back and watch, one of quote unquote Candace's mommy sleuths alleges that they did all this work. So Candace didn't do the work. It's a mommy sleuth allegedly that did the work. But the actual program, the actual app that they use to do all this is kind of pricey. And they never said that they actually paid for it. And I thought that was always interesting. So again, shout out to this young man for sure.
For business subscription, the same one she says she used. Then I went further. I purchased a $950 3-year flight log from FlightAware to independently verify every entry. When you compare what the planes are actually doing to what Candace claims they did, the results aren't close. 66% of her location claims are wrong. And in 60% of the cases, the aircraft is on an entirely different continent. She has devoted much of her last 21 episodes to tying Charlie Kirk's murder to an international conspiracy centered on these two aircraft.
Egyptian plane, Egyptian planes, Egyptian military planes, Egyptian planes, Egyptian planes, Egyptian plane, Egyptian planes, Egyptian military planes, Egyptian planes, Egyptian military plane, Egyptian planes, Egyptian plane, Egyptian planes, Egyptian planes, Egyptian military planes, Egyptian planes.
Candace claimed a source contacted her DIA hotline, alleging Egyptian passengers were escorted off one of the planes in Wilmington, Delaware by federal agents into a building housing the FBI, DOJ, DHS, and Secret Service. She presented this as evidence of U.S. government collusion.
I think we just want to know what he did wrong, okay? Because that email, that checks out. Yeah. Secret Service, the FBI, the DEA being involved, why this plane, the quote unquote Egyptian plane, landed into Wilmington, that checks out.
She publicly questioned Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and Joe Kent, suggesting they knew about this conspiracy and were covering it up.
That's crazy.
I think we know why Kash Patel is out, right? I mean, I read this, checked it, verified it, and
she verified it.
I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk, a decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends.
Oh my God.
She suggested TPUSA knew about the planes and tried to kill the story.
There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness. And I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed, you know, and I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach turn.
She claimed Israelis, Zionists, and the U.S. government panicked when she mentioned them.
I can tell you that right now in government, there is real panic. There is real discussion happening regarding the Egyptian planes. It is 1,000% legit, and it caused a lot of panic. And we're getting a lot of phone calls now from people telling us it has caused panic.
And that Israel censored her TikTok videos about the planes.
Speaking of the unique relationship between Egypt and Israel, TikTok is hitting us for videos talking about the Egyptian planes. That's very strange. Israel's moderator served in the IDF, we know, and Bibi wants TikTok secured for Israel's future. Why do they care about Egyptian planes that were there? It's kind of coming together. There's a picture here that's coming together.
She linked the planes to France through Satis, a French aerospace company operating in Wilmington.
Now I consider Satis, which according to our source, our well-placed source, is a front, right? Suddenly this French company comes in and purchases, leases.
So when you think about the fact that the plane argument is dumb, in a moment we're going to see just how dumb it is. Why was the whole story about TPUSA was trying to quash the story? That makes no sense now. So was she just outright lying? Let's go.
Is a hangar for only 2 years. Okay. And immediately this becomes a location where our Egyptian military plane is going to land in Wilmington, Delaware. I don't think we can reasonably ignore that odd French company in Delaware now that our source proved to us that it certainly wasn't established to provide any maintenance to those Egyptian planes, and it was more than likely a front for something else. We should address that. Because I know that many of you guys were wondering whether or not Charlie's assassination was meant to distract us from the Brigitte Macron investigation. And rightfully so. That is a fair question. Where was Brigitte Macron on the dates that Egyptian plane was from 9/4 through to 9/11? Where was Brigitte Macron?
She further claimed Israel was connected because an Israeli firm is the second largest shareholder in Satis.
The second largest shareholder for Satis is Israel. Yeah, it's an Israeli firm based in Tel Aviv.
When you compare Candace's claims to the actual data, 66% are wrong. 39 of the 65 verifiable entries place the plane on the wrong continent. She says the planes are tracking Erica. The aircraft are thousands of miles away. These are not minor errors. They are continent-level inaccuracies. They collapse the foundation of her theory. But there's a deeper problem. Candace provides no verifiable evidence for Erica Kirk's location. No timestamps, no travel records, no photos, nothing. Her entire overlap model depends on data the public cannot verify, and that she herself cannot independently confirm. If her flight data is wrong 66% of the time, the real error rate for the supposed overlaps, once you account for Erica's unverified locations, is likely above 90%, which means the overlaps aren't real, and without them, the conspiracy collapses. And there's zero proof these planes ever tracked Erica. Not once. The story collapses the moment you check the receipts. Charlie Kirk's murder is a tragedy. 2 children lost their father. A wife lost her husband. Millions lost someone they admired. And instead of honoring that, Candace Owens built a global conspiracy around his death, a patchwork of anonymous emails, wild speculation, and insinuation stitched together around a fraudulent spreadsheet. It's insane. She's accused innocent people of murder. She's accused Charlie's closest friends of betraying him. She took the people Charlie loved most, the people he built TPUSA with, and she taught millions to vilify them. She's been strawmanning the case against the man who's most likely responsible for Charlie's death, Tyler Robinson, while she also steelmans her international assassination plot that just happens to circle back to the same obsession she had long before Charlie was murdered. And when you look at the real data, the timestamps, the logs, the flights themselves, her entire story evaporates. As Candace would say,
it's so fake and gay.
The overlaps aren't real. The conspiracy isn't real. The only real thing is the damage Candace has done to the people Charlie loved most.
I'm on mute. I hate when that happens. All right. The name of the channel is Kinoka. And if you want to real quick, jump over there. I see y'all telling me I'm on mute. Man. You know what? That's right. I was trying to see I see somebody pointed it out. I was trying to see if y'all are good at lip reading. There you go. I was trying to see if y'all were keen on lip reading. I saw somebody mention it right here. Right there. Yeah. I was trying to see if you could, though. That's what I was trying to do, is a test to see if, Cantifa and the such can read lips. That's what the whole point was. And see, I know who y'all are now. I know what y'all are about. Run over there real quick and give this brother a like. I think he's doing a great job. This is an excellent video. Same thing with Nick Brooks as well. Go check these out, these good content creators out. I want to say thank you so much to everybody who is in the best live chat on the planet. I want to say thank you so much. I also want to say thank you so much to Creek Crew with the 10. I guess Charlie deleted Candy's number from his phone that Erica has, so she had to ask Megan to call her for her. Okay, you know what? I'll give you that. I'm willing to give you that. I'll give you that. Even though, again, like I said, I have all my brother's wives' numbers and vice versa. So, but I can respect that. I got respect for that. I never go back and listening to these spineless commentators, says Tracy. As a widow, I am disgusted by all of it. I guess God had to keep pulling back the layers. Thank you so much for that very kind $5 super. Thank you for supporting what we're doing. And God bless you as a widow. Thank you. Kathleen says this with the 5. We've all been duped. It's an entertainment. They all get along. They just fake the feuds. I'm glad I sent you, Mr. Brooks. He's a smarty. Thank you so much. If you're the one that cued me off to Mr. Brooks, thank you so very much. I think you actually are, Kathleen. I kind of remember that. Thank you for introducing me to him for sure. I have reached out to him, by the way, to see if he would want to come on the channel. So if so, I'm definitely looking forward to introducing you all to him. Code Red Conversation says this. Megyn Kelly was talking about Dave Rubin. They were friends, but she blocked him because he kept saying he needed to call, or rather that she needed to call out Candace. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I don't think I realized that. Okay. Well, I mean, was he wrong? Shout out for sure. Thank you very much. What is Wit 5761 say? I felt discouraged when Candace first tried to hijack what God was doing. Thank you so much for making me laugh as we would react to her. Hey, we got to laugh. So we are here to mock her and make fun of her. Thank you so much for the $5 super. Candace is an IQ test. I'm just going to say that again. I hope that doesn't make anybody feel upset and get in their feelings, but Candace is an IQ test. If you still rock with her, you do need to have you do need to consider why it is that you do that. I mean, there's no good viable reason, but we do have to also shout out ARP. Thank you so much, brother. This is a great content creator. Excellent content. I'm usually on the show on Fridays or whenever he sends me an invite, and he just blessed 5 of y'all with membership. So shout out to the 5 new members that have been added. Thank you so much, ARP, for doing that. And then what did he do here? He also dropped a 20. Thank you so much. He said, hit that like button for my guy, Jay Witt. Grace and peace, family. Shout out to ARP. And please, moderators, let's make sure we drop ARP's link in the chat. He might have me on the show this week. I don't know. I think I behaved well the last time I was on. He might invite me back on. Cindy says this with the $5. Charlie is gone forever, but thank God Candace survived the theoretical danger that never existed. Welcome to the unchecked narcissism. That's it. Hey, I'm going to put it out there. She's never going to mention that assassination attempt ever again. I'm going to put it out there. Hold me to it. If she ever mentions being in peril, assassins, anything like that on her life, I will be interested to hear it. I don't think she's ever going to mention it again. Thank you so much, Mike, with the 10. Love you, Jason, and all the chat. Gotta admit, it's a bit of pride that brought me to the super. My best work yet. Can't miss, ever dream, courageous tribute for the people. That is hilarious. My daughters would absolutely love you for this joke. My daughters love the Hunger Games, and they would absolutely, I'm going to screenshot that and send it to them because they will absolutely crack up about that. Well done. Can't miss, ever dream. I love it. Thanks so much for that 10. And then Slayer Princess says, Jason, is it wrong that I want to see Candace's platform downfall into 0 views because she radicalized my friend with Jew hate, and I desperately want God to take away Candace's microphone and attention? No, I don't think that's wrong to want that. I don't voice it, but I pray the same thing. So I'm right there with you, and we'll see what God does. I'm praying for your friend for sure. Tell your friend to reach out. I would love to talk with them. Maybe we can have a conversation. Thank you, Slayer Princess. Always supporting the channel. Thank you, Alex, as well. With the 1790, I forgot what that is. I forgot that denomination. Jason, you're a hater. Candace is doing selfless public service, talking to paranoid veterans about Gulf War syndrome, about their delusional fantasies. Shout out. You had me going there for a second. You had me going there, Alex. You had me going. I'm telling you right now, there is a 0% chance that Candace really believed that letter was real. I just don't believe it. There's no way. The person stoked her ego and she ran with it. There's no way she checked that stuff. There's no way. Shout out for sure. Thank you so much, Tracy, with the 5. What is she, the Diddy of commentators? That is hilarious. And I think, hey, maybe so. She might be the Diddy. But you know who isn't? The real Lair. Thank you so much for the $20 super. As we like to say, no question, no comment. Just love of the game. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. I appreciate you, friend. What does Heather say here with the 10? Isn't claiming to have evidence in a criminal investigation but refusing to share it with official investigators considered obstruction of justice? That's what I thought. I thought it was obstruction of justice or hiding of evidence. I thought it was, especially if the evidence is exculpatory. I need a lawyer to help me out with that one, Heather Rose. If a lawyer could chime in. I thought she was really getting into some murky waters by saying that. Oh, I got evidence and so on and so forth. So shout out for sure. Alex coming back around. It makes perfect sense, guys. Brigitte sent bees, Mormons, and Egyptian planes. Is definitely easier than just telling people she's supposedly a man. Well, there we go. Like that story is so foolish. That story is just so crazy. The planes are crazy. Shout out. I'm headed to the second AmFest. It will be interesting to see Megyn Kelly crowd reaction. Candace Owens is an evil demon. She will not stop either. Well, Mary, thank you for the 5. I totally get it. I agree with you. I just want her to stop. I'm praying that she stops, but I agree with you 100%. And Mike said this with the $10 super. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. It means a lot that y'all find value in what we're doing over here. I really do appreciate it. I'm looking at my bingo board. Man, we're crushing it today, man. We're crushing it. I did hear Kanye West already, so I'm going to go ahead and take Kanye. I'm pretty sure she's going to dock somebody. I'm pretty sure of that. And my sources. They threatened me. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that one could possibly show up today. It don't matter. Before the game is over with, I'm going to be blackout bingo. It doesn't matter. So whatever I do, whatever's not there now, it will be eventually. That's how we play the game. Shout out to all my bingo players. All right, what we got here? What time does Candace's show come on? I have it queued up right here. She said 5:30. I'm ready. At the current moment, I got 5 minutes and 11 seconds left. I'm already pretty confident that she's going to call an expert a liar because she has Brother Harpole on the thumbnail. So I'm pretty sure wherever it is, calling an expert a liar, I'm pretty sure that's what she's going to do. She's got Bibi Netanyahu on the thumbnail as well. So I'm going to go with a random country. Do I have that on here? Oh, I got to call out a random person. Okay, if you need to call out a random country, you can have it. Because we're just, if you're not familiar, by the way, I play Candaspiracy Candy Rock Bingo, right there. And I want everybody to have blackout bingo. So I will twist the the rules. I will create new scenarios, all that kind of stuff like that. So that's how we play it. If the mods could please make sure that we drop the link to the bingo board in the chat. Grab yourself one if you want to play. I just saw a question right here. Wait, did I just see? Yeah, okay, I don't see it. Doggone it. I saw it in the corner of my eye and I don't remember what it was. There we go. No, that's not it. Man, that's how you know this is a real show, though, yo. That's how we know it's real. What do we have here with? Thank you so much. Isn't it weird? Megan said she wasn't her friend, but then just said they had been only getting closer for the past couple of months. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, sadly, I think Megan put herself in a trick bag where she is trying to defend the indefensible and she's realizing that it looks crazy. Shout out to A Righteous Perspective. You staying on for Candace show? Absolutely. You staying on the Candace's show? Yeah, I have it queued up ready. You want to jump in, ARP? Come on over and we talk about it, brother. Hit me up. Thank you, by the way, also for the 5. What do we have here? Some guy says this. Can you please spell that channel that debunked the Egyptian plane? I can't find it. Not a problem. Hold on, let me pull it back up. I have it in my history real quick. I'll actually pull it in so we can look at it real quick so you can make sure it looks like what you remember. All right. Boom. All right. Let me pull this in very quickly.
November 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University.
So the
Police
channel
say they have the shooter. There's a confession, DNA, and a recovered weapon. His name is Tyler.
Hold on one second. That did not do what I wanted it to do. Sorry about that. Now we're doing it correctly. Yeah, stop doing that, Jason. All right, here we go. So the channel that we're looking at it's called Kanoka, Kanekoa. That sounds Hawaiian. I don't know exactly, and I don't want to butcher it up, but I'm also going to drop the link in the chat as well. So please go check him out. Let him know we appreciate what he's doing. I love it. I love it that he explained that plane scenario because I thought there was a problem with it. So shout out to him for sure for calling it out. Hopefully I did that enough for you, my friend. Is that how you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Oh, here we go. Kanikawa. Is that Kanishiwa? Kanikawa? Okay. Check out Candy in a rap music. Yes, I did see this. Young Steph. And I did see that. And we'll bring it up. Maybe we'll do that during a commercial break. So anyway, let me bring this out. All right, so I'm ready with my bingo board. I'm popping. I'm ready to win tonight. Does anybody already have bingo? That would be crazy already if you already got bingo. All right, let's see. So your girl is ready to go. She's back. I'm sure it's going to be exactly what we're used to. So with no further ado, let's get back at it. All right. So she's back. Yay, we missed you. All right. As soon as she pops in, we're ready to go. Thank you so very much, Sailing Lucy with the 20. What is up, everybody? Everybody real quick, jump in real quick and answer Lucy's question. What's going on with you? Let her know what's happening. I should say make an emoji. You got to drop an emoji to answer what's happening. That'd be crazy. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for jumping in and being a part of the best live chat on the internet. What is his YouTube channel? All right, I'm going to drop that link one more time for Kanokia. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I just dropped the link in the chat, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And there it is right there. And the mods can drop it in the chat throughout the evening. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. We got ARP up in the building. Absolutely. Candace putting the only picture of them two together is hilarious. That is some crazy work. I think that is a very keen observation. I was watching a case today. Y'all might have remembered the judge up in Michigan that allowed an illegal alien to sneak out the back of the courtroom, and the ICE agents were outside in the hallway. She sent the ICE agents in another direction. And while they were going in one direction, she snuck the illegal out the back door. He ended up getting arrested outside. But her case started yesterday. And it's interesting because the prosecution immediately brought out new information that I had never seen before. I had seen the case. I've been paying attention up to it, just kind of in the background. But like the very first thing they did was brought up this audio of the judge saying what she did. She was bragging about how she did it. And I bring that up because this is some new information that nobody had ever seen. And clearly it's very damning. So not every piece of information was out on the news, right? Not every piece of information was out there before yesterday. And the prosecution brought that out like day one. Here's her bragging about what she did. It's almost case closed. So I bring that up because like here in the Tyler Robinson case, the idea that we know everything is so silly on its face that I don't think people even think about it. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so your girl is we're going to see what happens. All right, I got the volume up. We'll be ready to roll. I don't know why her volume is always low, but y'all see it's not me. It's her. Here it comes. Fire in the hole, team.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies.
Wow.
And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler, and TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
Wow, to come out. She coming out the gate insulting Jewish people. That's wild. Look at her. Oh, wow.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy.
Wow.
The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet
Oh, sorry.
being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Erica said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously.
Wow.
Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us. until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erica was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what?
So I'm going to jump because I want to hear her answer that about Catholicism. I know that they didn't. I know they probably answered it differently than what she's going to say. I just find it adorable that every time somebody corrects her, challenges her, pushes back, it's always framed as an attack. It's always an attack. It's never so-and-so challenged me or pushed back or gave me some correction or whatnot, extra guidance, whatever. It's always attack.
What was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Cole that then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know, the first bit of mud that was slung, which.
But you just said something that wasn't true though. You said that the man was converting to Catholicism. Did they? I'm sorry. We have to remember that we're taking this from Candace. I'm sorry.
Their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erica give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down.
I don't know about that.
I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional and they are communicating. And no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going.
Please remember the scripture that says the first one to tell their story seems right until they're examined. Now, if Erica and Team TPUSA wants to address this and shed light more on this, then let them do it. But just keep in mind, you're only hearing one side of this story. Because I really find it interesting that TPUSA, quote unquote, owned lies, but you didn't own any lies. That's kind of wild. So that's insane work to say that everything that you've said, Candace, for the last 90 days has been true. All of it. Well, see, that isn't true. We know that's not. So remember that before you jump in to the best live chat or the most electrifying comment section, thinking that what she's saying has been examined. It hasn't.
That was viral. And it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before, saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday.
Whoa.
I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained, Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett,
I need somebody else to confirm that before we jump up and be like, oh, they lie. We need somebody else to confirm that. We need an independent source to say, yes, this is true. Or matter of fact, just show it. How about that? Because at the current moment, there's no reason to believe because we're only hearing one side of the story.
but received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. If somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that.
Well, wait. You said they are going to kill me is what you heard. But you need confirmation that Dan Flood got the left is going to kill me. See, that's what we're doing. See, that's y'all playing them games.
See that concrete message. I was told that it said they. We discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning, because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things. And that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment, obviously.
There is no way in the world you're going to make me believe that.
Lobby. She's trying to right wrong perceived.
Wait, Erica is learning from you and she has access. Girl, bye. Girl, hold on. Girl, if you don't sit yourself down and stop lying, I need Erica to say that.
Boy, if you don't get
wrongs because I'm against her side, that does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS.
Wow.
Is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know if they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry, but Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage.
But why? I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to make it something that it doesn't need to be. But in the grand scheme of things, removing the camera, taking the camera down, taking out the SD card, and Candace has allegedly seen what was on the SD card. Where is the actual problem? I'm trying to understand. If you want to say he's lying, okay, fine. Have at it. But what is actually the problem? That's the thing I don't get. Like, why are you making so much hay about the man taking down the SD card if it was secured? Whether the police told him, whether he did it on his own volition, again, we can have that discussion. But what is the actual problem? And is that a lie? Because I think we need to look at some of the things that you lied about, Candace.
And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And
so all that stuff that you said about Turning Point Faith, you're wrong about. Look at that. Are you going to actually admit that you're wrong? Just wondering.
So him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And
did he say he worked for Turning Point USA? Or did you say that, Candace?
He says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And
say you were wrong then.
If obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also
say that you were wrong. Say that you were wrong.
To assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, "I'm America's pastor," and
I never
the Wikipedia updated
in the chat. Did y'all believe that Rob McCoy worked for Turning Point? I never thought that. I never thought that Rob McCoy worked for Turning Point. I don't think that everybody that was on the dais during the memorial service worked for Turning Point. I just didn't believe that. I never was under the belief of that. So where did you get that from, Candace? I think that's what we need to deal with.
Said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that? That he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it.
So she saw the footage. This is where the footage that she's referring to is the footage from the SD card, the infamous SD card. So all that hugabaloo about taking down the SD card or taking down the camera is for no purpose because she actually has seen the footage, allegedly.
I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all of the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy And the density was so impressive that he's like the Man of Steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like,
But
kind of
okay, then same thing is true. Then what is your excuse about MLK? Exact same weapon, exact same projectile, went through his jaw, never came out of his head. What is your excuse there? See, like at some point, Candace, you're just making, and when it finally becomes clear what the grain of the projectile is, or was rather, you're going to look really silly, and you're going to probably look like you're looking right now.
was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like there's that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So like it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like he was just flying dark on me. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you.
That's very interesting, because Candace is forever talking to people, and I think violating HIPAA in a lot of other instances as well. So that is very odd. And again, Andrew Colvett, I disagree with him saying that, but why is that a lie? Instead of just maybe a miscommunication, maybe not saying something that he should not have said. But why is it a lie? That's the part that we need to deal with, because Candace has said that all these things are lies. And at the current moment, you're like batting a zero.
I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him, just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that.
Well, why didn't they check you on this playing foolishness? Why didn't they check you on that foolishness of that email that you alleged, or the guy that you allegedly spoke to? What about those checks? I don't think Brian Harpole lied, and I think it's interesting that she just kind of alluded that he doesn't work there anymore. I thought that was adorable that she said that, but let's go.
The biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like that, more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like they have access to UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi. That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage, and that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is
the understanding is Candace Owens expecting TPUSA to have evidence that the feds don't have? Or is that what she's expecting them to have shown them more evidence than what they've shown Candace? I'm just wondering, is that, and again, if you're, I know Captain Jax is former law enforcement and such of that nature. I would not expect the family of a victim to have access to all of the information. Now, maybe a little bit more. Let's be honest. But to be able to see all the evidence that the law enforcement is going to bring against a particular person that's done a crime against me. I wouldn't expect that. Is she expecting that? It just seems odd the way she's approaching this. And again, now maybe they should, and I could be wrong, but is that the expectation? Let's go.
Don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay. They have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind,
that makes
I'm
sense,
sitting here
though.
going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real,
But you have text messages, Candace, that don't have dates. You show screenshots all the time that are out of context, that don't make sense. You do that all the time. So why would we believe your evidence against the law enforcement's evidence? I'm just wondering. Yeah, this is sad.
Overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times to become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly. I've said that. I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating.
Candace loves to do this where she pits herself against everybody. She loves this underdog notion. Like, I'm the only one that's doing XYZ. As if what you're doing is noble, dare I say, even right. I find it interesting and curious that she does this so much. Oh, screenshot for sure. That is some crazy work, Jason. This is crazy work. Let's go.
We have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouch down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet, investigators haven't reached out. Now, they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something. I don't like that this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. I spoke both of the people who filmed videos.
That's because you're a busybody.
Told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now,
Candace tells a story. I did the video when she's giving her quote unquote testimony to becoming a Catholic. And she tells a story about when she was younger and how she would always just keep asking her parents questions and keep asking, but why? But why? I don't understand. But why? But why? And if you're a parent, you realize that that's just kind of like annoying when kids get to the place where they just keep asking, but why? For what reason? Who said? So on and so forth. At some point, it's actually now an exercise in futility. And I think Candace still thinks that is a noble right that she has to keep asking, but why? I don't understand. Please make me understand. At some point, it's going to stop. And I'm not required to make you understand whatever this is. And that's what I think her problem is, in my opinion, that she thinks she's supposed to understand everything when, in fact, she doesn't and she won't. Let's finish.
Another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his real name. They thought it was his middle name, actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name. And it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. That Michael is his real name.
It's funny. It's adorable. Candace said that wasn't his real name. I remember that diatribe that she went on. I like how she says, oh, well, somebody must have misunderstood. No, ma'am, you said it. You said that wasn't his real name, as if he's like going around with an alias or something, or in witness protection. That is some crazy work. Let's go.
Just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on.
We
what
don't need our
Blake
memories
said
jogged. We know what you said.
about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
Wow.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left.
What would make more sense is her actually saying what she said. Blake is not the one that's in discussion. It's Candace versus Mike McCoy. Blake is going to clearly say something messed up. We already know the only reason she has him on here is because he's going to say something that doesn't jive with what she's about to point out. And she's going to make the point that Blake and Mike's call logs don't rhyme. That's what she's about to do.
And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realize there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And
I know exactly where she's going.
Disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by, I might be imagining this.
See, like the whole issue is Blake, what Blake said. And we already knew Blake was going to say something wrong. That's the only reason she brought him on there. It has nothing to do with her.
This probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. They're literally your body, when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also that he trained, like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and like fast, 1, 2, 3, go. That's why he walked away. 1, 2, 3, go, and just told him, this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy. And then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father. And then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security.
So let me just ask the question. And again, I'm not trying to just be petty just for petty's sake. Why does that make them liars? I'm pretty sure everybody here, if we put you in a heightened situation of, dare I say, traumatizing situation, as watching your best friend be deleted 20 feet from you, and you have to go about life, I'm pretty sure you're not going to recall everything correctly, ever. You're going to probably still say wrong stuff today, 3 months later. Why is that the thing? Like, and this is just gross. Like, the fact that they actually answered you is really showing that these people are better people than you are, Candace, because they shouldn't have answered you. They should have told you to kick rocks. Because now the call log is being shown. I just want you to see that again. You know,
his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this, because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother.
Why?
Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erica to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering and he's like, I got to call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay.
But see, that's Blake saying that though. Was that Mike McCoy saying that or was that Blake saying that? Like you're assuming that Blake is going to have an exact pound for pound, step upon step, proper recollection of somebody else's life. That's crazy work, man. That is some crazy work.
Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife, okay? And then Mikey McCoy.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, we're really within 7 minutes. So if Charlie Kirk was deleted at 12:23, he gets on the phone with his dad at 12:30. That's not like, again, man, we're talking like this is dumb work. Shout out to the Candies in the chat. If this is what you're hinging all of TPUSA on right here, like come on, for real? Really?
Ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, not a character in this story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife. And a minute later, his brother calls him back and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like you could go, like the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of,
this is gross.
Like I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so...
Remember, she mentioned in the quote-unquote TikTok or whatever that was last night that they talked about the airplanes and that they confirmed the airplanes. I'm going to go on a limb. I don't think she's ever going to mention those. Because now she's bringing up Hampton's retreat as if that was like somebody was really harping about that. Because that's not even listed on her group of lies. If I'm not mistaken, I need to pull that up. But I'm going to look again. Let's finish this up.
Uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event. And whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu, it did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being held out to dry, hung out to dry for telling people the truth? especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened. And
Good point.
yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was
So I just looked, and on Candace's list of TPUSA verified lies that she called it, that's not on there. The Hampton trip isn't on there. I just think that's adorable that that's not on there, but the planes are. So if y'all need it, here is the here it is right here. Let me double check. Do I see? It's not on here. Nope. And then the other one is, let me find 8. Yeah, that's how you know this is a real show. That's how you know we're doing this live and in color, because I'm doing this by myself. All right, let's make sure I got this right. This should be it right here. Yep. Remove the SD card. Nope. So why is that even being brought up, Candace? Why is that even brought up? Okay, let's go back. It just seems interesting. Bring it back. Let's go.
then that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more and about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source.
Where did you get it
that
from?
Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million. That's made up. You know, I told them, Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So
wait. Hold on. Again, if you're saying Andrew, then Andrew needs the answer to that. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. That's going to be on them. But just to say take Turning Point to the next level and turning it down, I don't know if those have to be the exact same thing. But let's go.
Said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on this show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level.
Hold on. Now, see, she lying trying to get friends, y'all. I know she said $150 million because she said that would be their whole budget for the whole year. That's crazy work.
I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer. And it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people online were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were, in fact, tracking Turning Point USA Faith broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them.
Now it's getting Faith broader events. Now the tracking has expanded. But again, I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to do something, y'all. I don't do this often. I'm disappointed, and I was, rocking with TPUSA for doing this. I think it's Curtis right here. Yep. You know what? I'm not going to drop TPUSA because they're not really that important in my overall real life. However, I'm disappointed because I feel like they came in here and gave her everything, and at this point, she's demonstrating no repentance. She's demonstrating no conversion, no contrition, that she's actually changed any of her position on this thing. She's literally talking about the planes, which make no sense. Because I really wonder, did anybody there ask her, how do you know that these people were on these planes? So shout out to Curtis. Thank you so much, brother, for the $50 super. Let me bring this back in because we do need to get this done because we're not going to be here all night. Let's go.
But it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And
there you go. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Now the planes are flying in and out of Israel. I told you, she's going to move this thing away from TPUSA. We're not going to hear TPUSA tomorrow. It is all going to be, we're back at Israel and France, and now we got Cairo's going to step into it. I don't know. Wakanda going to be up in that joint. Latveria.
I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I
told
said that
you.
strongly.
Evidence tomorrow.
This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel. And
that is
transponder
hilarious.
Off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Now we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes because that's how I am, okay? You keep
because you're a fool. You're a fool. And when you're made a fool, instead of just saying, okay, my bad, I need to go in a different direction, I'm wrong, you're going to keep doubling down. I think the planes are going to probably be your downfall because you look silly. They don't even make sense. But let you go. Because it sounds like they didn't even confirm. It doesn't sound like TPUSA confirmed anything that she's alluding to these planes. She just believes the planes are, what did she say, that they're key to the story. But I don't think that she's alluded. They actually confirmed anything. Let's finish.
Me and keep pushing me, I will become an expert on these planes.
There you go.
I want to build an Egyptian plane. And the reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So
but there is
more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing into some of our sponsors.
All right, shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Thank you so much, y'all. We back up in here with Can, and we are trying to figure out what is going on with my life. Oh my gosh, let's go. Thank y'all so much, y'all, everybody. Real quick, oh my gosh, y'all, I'm trying to keep up with these. Shout out right here. Shout out to Eric. Good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for the $2. Candace has become a shock jock for money. Like, where's the lie detector there? Phantom says this: given all that has happened over the weekend, the Jewish people, that open was absolutely disrespectful and demonstrates that she is a godless and demonic. I agree. That is exactly a good point. Thank you so much for that, man. And the $5 super as well. Dizzy says this: she hates Jewish success and Erica's success is getting Charlie. She's afraid that the holy fire is in Erica. Shout out for sure. Thank you so much for that 5. And I appreciate it, man. We're not being confused. Alex says this: I'm in the holy city of Jerusalem, same city as the New Testament John. Jesus lit candles. I'm Jewish and I respect Christianity and Jesus more than her. Shout out. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate you. And I agree with that. Candace don't respect nobody except Candace. keeping it going, forever blossoming with the two. She said they only cared about losing donations. That is wild work. I am starting to think that this was not a good idea for Turning Point, in my opinion. Slayer says this with 5. Today's update, Candace is still as disingenuous, trash behaving person with a wicked, ugly heart. No lie detected there whatsoever. Shout out to Grim Princess right here with the $20. Thank you so much. Erica made a huge mistake in meeting with Candace. She only gave her more fuel and attention. I'm gonna have to go with y'all on that. I'm starting to feel like this was probably not a good idea. Thank you so much, JD Weatherfly with the 5. Charlie said he's America's pastor. Charlie said he's America. Right. And like even in that, I didn't get that Rob McCoy worked for TPUSA. So thank you so much for that. Maybe McCoy defended a PDF file that might be reformed, but Candace Owens defends to this day Andrew Tate, who is a proud, unapologetic pornographic pimp. Shout out for sure. And he still never changed. But Rob McCoy, God forbid, he does anything to reform anybody. Shout out for sure. Curtis said this with the 50. Thank you so much, Curtis, man. Bless you, man. Thank you so much. And you're definitely the stream sponsor for sure. She's doing everything she can to save face. I agree. I think she is trying to save face. And she's telling a story that we can't confirm nor deny. Erica allowed this. I'm close to losing sympathy. Thank you so much, MT. I hate to say it. I kind of agree with you. I do kind of agree with you. What do we have here? Phantom says this. Has she ever been to in a hospital when someone has died? That sounds exactly like something a doctor would say to family and friends the day someone dies. You talking about the neck? The bones and the such. Yeah, but why is that? Why is that a lie on a lie? To me, a lie part is a step too far. But let's keep it going. Let's go. Thank you so much, American Woman with the 10. What does she say? Notice how Candace said, we were just wrong. Not Candace. No, Candace, you were wrong. She projects her own accusations onto her own cult members. I hope they wake up. Shout out. That's a very keen observation. Yes. There goes Captain Jax. They called Erica's lawyer, not the prosecutor. The prosecutor isn't going to give her any information. Shout out for sure. That is weird that she treats it like Erica's lawyer is the one that's making. Yeah, I like how you call that out. Thank you for the 5. And let's keep it going, Phantom. Of course, the DA is not going to share information they currently have with you, a YouTube podcaster journalist, not before court. This is silly. And Captain Jack says this. We don't share the entire case with anyone until the probable cause hearing, not the family, not the public, especially not a nut job. Shout out. Shout out. Let's bring this back in. Candace is back. So commercial break is over. We're back at it. Let's go. Sorry about that. It's muted.
It was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing. You guys may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things, and a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical, like I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. There's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today.
Ooh.
We were actually laughing, okay? Like inside Candace Owens's sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies.
I did a live stream this morning on that video. I went over it, the New York Post. If the mods want to drop it in there, y'all go check it out. Let me know what you think. Let's follow along. Let's go.
This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend.
This is not an investigation, ma'am. And I want to hear what she did this weekend. No, I don't remember them. Did they change his address? I mean, his residency to Qatar, or did they try to change his birthday? That's what I remember, but let's let it go.
And I just kept down on the Egyptian plains because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay, one way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay, I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove through Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I conducted, demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious. That I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation about People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any.
Okay, if those things are not true, okay, then that is kind of foul. If they're, saying those things about the studio and all that kind of stuff like that. Can you address the whole thing with the apartment? Can you address that? Can you address the other things that are much worse than just, being a prima donna? It just seems weird. Like, can you address those?
Conservatives that I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that, like, my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out. This is a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here?
Because that's a crazy sentence. Because that's like an insane fever dream. That's why we can say that, because what you're implying is bonkers. And if you're trying, you heard her say somebody has an addiction. She's trying to say like, oh, well, this person is, so she's trying to, that's some crazy work, y'all. That is some absolutely insanity. Just leave it alone.
And I think that one of the things that Erica was like, well, I'm not like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist, to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family. Okay. I got people in my family, like we all do, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And yeah, so I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this. that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed that I have the same security as Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago that I have no security. Okay,
He
this
did.
is Tim Pool.
Yeah, I don't know why he said that either. But hold on, Candace. Before we leave that New York Post article, can you address the other things that they said about like why that you were fired from TPUSA? That there's some shenanigans going on with Blexic. Can you talk about those things? And of course, the apartment in New York. Can you talk about those? I do think that some of that other prima donna stuff can be discussed, but can you talk about those things? Because those are like some hard facts. Those are hard things that have real dollar figures associated with them, and we would be able to see those. Like, where can we see those? I got you that you're knocking down the little gnats, but there's some real bona fide problems that I just think maybe you didn't talk about, maybe, possibly.
A week ago.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the we have to deal with. She's a piece of
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this. Take a listen.
Hold on. Before he jumps in, I do think it's adorable. Candace does not address what Tim said. He said nobody is after her. So again, that assassination plot. I don't think we'll ever hear about that assassination plot again.
Okay, I'll say things that I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to say, 'cause I always get super heated on this. Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them, and I shouldn't say too much because there's more that's going to be coming out soon, because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her. Candace has the same security team, or has used the same security companies and the same security personnel as Charlie and Erica did. So when she comes out and is questioning them, she is lying outright. Now, I've invited many of these people to come on. We'll see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is, the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is, to keep people wrapped up in this insanity.
Tim versus Tim, undefeated. And what I will also say is that's all a lie. It's almost like they have just sent a call, like they're getting too close, and just said, I don't care what.
Why don't you just say outright, I don't have security with any ties to TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk. Why don't you just say that definitively? We already know you don't like Tim Pool, so we don't have to say that part. But maybe you should really just be very clear, just like you want them to be clear and transparent. Maybe you should do that.
You right. I don't care if it's complete fiction. Make it believable. Say her husband beats her. Say her it's
Nobody
they're
says
coming
that.
after my husband. They're coming after me.
Nobody's
and they're
done
making
that.
stuff up. I have never employed the same security
Here we go.
team as Charlie Kirk ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, there was it's obviously been publicized before he had Schaefer Security, and Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement. They had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning. Okay.
Okay, there we
That's a
go.
fact. It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued is just threatening somebody. If there was any truth to that, you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say, something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this? Okay. And if I ignore that, as I did with Brigitte, because I told the truth, as I did with Kim Clasey, because I told the truth, then you have the grounds to file something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie's Security whatsoever. Over what? I mean, the audacity that you're filing a lawsuit and someone got murdered on your watch because I accurately said that the Brian Harpool the message he showed belonged to Dan Flood. It did. And that they didn't do a walkthrough on that day. They didn't. Like, and if something I'm getting wrong and you'd like to show me that actually you did, send it over. We're only interested in getting to the truth, and we're not getting it. We're certainly not expecting to get it from Tim Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused. Huachuca, which we're going to have a lot on tomorrow. Because there is something there, and I think that caused a panic, as well as the Egyptian planes, which I am telling you go back, relate to Israel, and I will be able to prove that tomorrow for all of the naysayers. And again, it's only because this is how they act. If they always overreact, and then it lets us know that we are close. They are like an alarm.
But you've been a close for a long time. It's kind of like a friend of yours that says they're on their way over, but come find out they're still laying in their bed at their house. They haven't even gotten washed up. They haven't even gotten dressed. They're not in the car driving, and they're certainly not pulling into your driveway. Candace, you've been close for 3 months, and now the Egyptian planes. And I really think she's offended because she realizes that she got punked by those Egyptian planes, and she's trying to make hay out of those planes. She's trying to make something work where something could not work. Let's go.
Just an alarm. Something else that I wanted to show you, by the way, I thought we were not supposed to be doing live streams while we were speaking, but Turning Point, I guess, has their daily show, but that I didn't feel like that was communicated to me. It felt like a ceasefire, and then it got violated, but they had an interesting conversation on their show yesterday, on the Charlie Kirk show, about this trial, the upcoming trial, about Tyler Robinson, and here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time was that, TPUSA, both the local chapter and you guys, didn't advertise this event till a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking.
Yeah.
Look, you guys had already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this, that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with, like a lot of the mystery of this starts to go out the window, and it starts to really conform with what is exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI in the charging documents.
Yeah, and we can attest, Andrew.
Shout out to Paramount Tactical. Shout out to Paramount Tactical. If you could, if the mods could just make sure we got Paramount Tactical. That gentleman over in the right corner, Mr. Gary Melton, a solid brother with great insight about all things ballistic. He actually went to UVU, walked around the campus, interviewed people, went to the various places and locations. Great guy. Shout out to Paramount Tactical. Shout out.
Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events a pretty quick turn. And so those whole that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is. So it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd.
So again, Gary and Gary has shown this. So why don't you show us where you found it from, Candace? Show us where you found it. Because Gary has shown on his channel that August 26th or whatever that date was, he's shown the flyer. So where did you see this? And again, Candace, you're the one that's wrong. You're the one wrong. So it's crazy, man.
Media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard. Okay. That's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August 27th that happened, which we have on our timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned. So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong.
We will.
Okay?
We will.
Prove me wrong if that is, if I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not,
wait.
it does.
Were you
then,
thorough?
beg the
Were you
question.
as thorough as you were with the 920 building? Were you as thorough as you were with the gentleman that called you with that fantastic story about the Huachuca base and all that kind of good jazz? Okay. I just want to make sure I understand what thorough
Surely
means.
they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing the rooftop in some capacity to then realize, oh, it's going to be an outdoor event. This is an opportunity for me to go after him. We are waiting for that. And like I said, I was told that they don't have anything that the public doesn't have. So it's not obvious to me. I don't think it's obvious to the public. Now, I do want to get to Viva Frey, who had this to say.
Viva Fry's in the
regarding
building.
Drones. Oh, sorry. Around the regarding the text messages from Tyler Robinson.
A lot has been made about these text exchange that went back and forth between Robinson and his lover, his trans furry gay lover, whatever. And people say it doesn't sound right. Well, there is a video that I want everybody to check out by Turkey Tom. I believe you've watched it now, Viva, where this has been authenticated as somebody who was in the Discord chats with them and apparently spent time with them at this apartment. And he said 100% this is how they talked, which is a striking finding. We're going to go into that more probably tomorrow or the next day, depending on how today goes. But I mean, I get the skepticism on this. At first, it struck me too, but apparently this is how they talk, Viva.
That was not the most implausible thing to believe. Okay, so you have a text message. It does read, regardless of whether or not this is how they talk, people saying they were manufactured by or drafted by AI. To the extent that they're confirmed text messages, you can, come to whatever conclusions you want after that. But whether or not this is how they talk regularly, to the extent that those were authentic text messages, they show what they show, which is whether or not his lover was aware of what was going on. You're etching bullets, and it's maybe not for target practice of a sporting nature. But like when I say I don't believe the official narrative, and you have to go back to a number of things here. I put my sort of best theory as to what went down. I want to know who was on the Discord chat in advance, what they were discussing, and whether or not there might have been some other I say foreign, not foreign government, but outer influence there. Tyler Robinson is getting radicalized right about the same time as Thomas Crooks, right about the same time as the other guy, Ryan Ruth. He's being radicalized at a politically relevant period of time, right around the same time, oddly enough, as the alleged suspect in the January 6th pipe bomber. A time frame where political violence is potentially very useful in for the upcoming election. So the time frame of the radicalization is very interesting. To see whether or not he was on anybody's radar beforehand, we don't yet know that, and why there would not be confirmation on that can lead to suspicion. You remember the old man, George Zinn, arrested for claiming to be the shooter the day of, and then gets busted for CP on his phone. Like, in my mind, if I'm making a plausible theory here, George Zinn was probably on some Discord chat with a bunch of young perverts, and he's an old pervert, and he's getting off doing whatever they do on those chats. He knows what's going down. He shows up there and thinks he's going to be some useful decoy or distraction for Tyler Robinson because they know what's going down. That's my theory. But, you know, it is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement. Nobody has any faith in our institutions anymore. And it leads people to go from, you know, healthy skepticism to just not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions. And, you know, allegedly the rumors are Kash Patel, you know, getting mad at Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent for trying to look into a potential terrorist angle to this also does nothing to foment faith in the system.
Look, I think it's what he's saying there is perfectly valid, and we can all surmise about what we think happened that day. We can also ignore the fact that I broke the story that the nurses were told at Utah Valley, which treated George Zinn. Everyone's just ignoring the things that I broke. She has no evidence, but he told the nurses that he was paid to do that. So whatever.
But you haven't shown any evidence, though, Candace. I don't think Candace appreciates that she says this and people don't trust her. I don't think she appreciates that, ma'am, you've given us no reason to believe what you're saying is true. So you didn't break anything, ma'am. We don't know what you're talking about. Show us the evidence that you have. Give us evidence that we can, like, oh, there we go. That makes sense. Viva Fry is not saying, trust me. He's saying, this is my theory. And we can, of course, we'll have to dig into that and such. So the same thing is true. I don't think I believe she knows that she's not giving us evidence. I just don't think she realizes that, ma'am, nobody trusts you. That's just it. Let's go.
Which we're going to do in the absence of any concrete facts. But I will say it's good that Turning Point is at least giving that air, right? I feel before, I think that might even be the first time Andrew Colvett has expressed that he thought that those messages were weird initially. That's good. That's what people want. They want fresh air at Turning Point USA. They want different perspectives. They want to feel like you're willing to have a conversation, and that at least you're going to defend people when they're being called liars when they're telling the truth about something. That would feel more authentic, I think. And so I am, just to say this, very happy that we are on much better feet and that we have opened the lines of communication. I do genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation yesterday. And I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly, because we were trying to make this happen in the background really since Blake Neff fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like, what the F was that? And I think that they got enough flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this. But I want to commend him for making that happen, for being the person that, you know, kind of rolled up his sleeves and was like, okay, let's actually make a conversation happen and start answering some questions, which I think was done well. And Megyn Kelly, who was initially going to, when we were going to live stream the conversation before the Barry Weiss moment, Megyn Kelly offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she would have done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She has not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil, how dare.
She's the one that just went off saying F you. Like, Candace, your girl was over here cussing folk out. She telling people, go F yourself. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Never mind.
Candace, and I appreciated that. She has said, I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I think she actually believes these things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel any differently about the people that I mentioned on the show that I think are shady at Turning Point USA. And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's really what it comes down to. But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant. But I think that's a good pause for right now. We'll throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys. So for many families,
Candace would rather dig into the Egyptian planes and their veracity than deal with the fact that there's an international hit out on her life. I'm telling you, she's never going to bring up that international hit ever again. It'll never see the light of day again. It won't. Because, well, first of all, it's a lie. It was a lie. Same thing with the Egyptian planes. They're lies. But the fact that she's going to double down on the planes because I think she thinks there's more juicy bits there. And it's a little bit harder, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit harder for people to follow it and to believe it, if you will. So follow it, they'll just believe it. The international hit, there's not enough evidence to deluge somebody with in order to keep them swamped and be like, I don't know what's going on here. So that's why I don't think you'll ever see it. But real quick, I want to say thank y'all so much to the most electrifying live chat on the planet. What do we have right here? Debbie says this, correct me if I am wrong, but doesn't the charging documents state that they have footage of him taking the shot? I think so. I might have to pull that up. Thank you so much, Debbie. If somebody wants to confirm that, I don't have access to it right at the second, but I will go look it up for sure. Thank you so much for that. Very kind. Super Forever Blossoming with the 2. They bow to Nebuchadnezzar because ain't no way. I agree with you 100. Thank you so much for the $2 for sure. Let's go here. Stephanie says this with the 10. In this case, Erica Kurt is not the victim and wouldn't be privy to the discovery between the state and the defense. That shouldn't be a shocking revelation. I don't understand why she doesn't get that. Well, first of all, I think I know why she doesn't get it. She gets it. She just doesn't want her audience to get it. Thank you so much for that. Cindy says this with the 5. Erica didn't hire the lawyers. It's the state's prosecutors, dummy. That's a great point. That is a good point. Captain Jack says this, Erica's lawyers aren't entitled to the information either. The probable cause affidavit is excellent. It has enough evidence for this stage. Thank you so much, Captain Jacks, for the 5 and for the clarity. Let's keep it going. Irene over here in the UK, the Brit in the UK, she just admitted that the state of Utah is investigating, yet she has been crying about the feds all the time. What happened to Charlie becoming a Catholic? I agree. Therein is the problem. Now she's back, so let's go ahead and bring this back in, and we'll wrap this up. She's reading comments that are talking about how great and wonderful she is. Let's go. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Couple of housekeeping items, you guys. If you want to make him a sandwich in time for Christmas, you can do that on Amazon.
Sorry.
If you want a discount, you can buy it direct from us. Are vicious right now with making up things about me and my family because now that I chose freedom, they hate that I have freedom. They hate that there's no more threats to make, right? So they're just embarking on this fan fiction campaign, but especially for the people that I care about in life, right? Especially for people
who do you care about?
Heads I have held up, who have held up my head through really hard times like Charlie did, that I would just sell out to like the highest bidder and go, okay, well, you know what, BB offered me a lot of money, so I'm going to stop talking about this, and I'm no longer going to explore this angle, or I'm going to, to repeat to you guys that it was definitely Tyler Robinson. It's just not in my character. I have always been the kind of person that knows that it's not worth living life that way. My whole spirit would be corrupted. I couldn't do it. I struggle with people that can do it. I struggle seeing people who have so obviously sold their souls on the internet. It's very frustrating to watch it. Central 848 writes, Candace, please look into the possibility that Charlie was electrocuted and that the hole in his neck was made by the currents passing through his necklace and out of his throat. The images of his charred hands are conclusive and compelling. Please, for the love of God, look into this. I did watch that video that Baron Coleman put together. First and foremost, I want to say Baron Coleman has done some incredible work, and I actually told him that we should get together and collaborate because I had watched a video of his where he was building on Camp Huachuca, and he made me notice some things. So then we started researching some other elements, and that's what we're going to move on to tomorrow. I can tell you definitively that's a weird camera angle. They do look charred in the photos that he showed, but I can tell you that his hands were not charred when he was buried. And so what you thought that like people were like, oh, this was like makeup and stuff. It was a very compelling theory. It just wasn't so. And I very much trust the person that told me that. But that said,
that is
Baron
a crazy
Coleman,
sentence.
if you have not seen the episode where he builds on what I said about Camp Huachuca, that is worth a watch. He kind of suggests in that episode, which I want to shut down, he suggests that, I think he heavily suggests that it could have been the Veep on the base. Vance on the base, and I did then research because I was like, oh wow, is he right? There's actually video of Vance, so it could not have been Vance on the base. Again, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. We should talk about more of that tomorrow, but that is a very compelling video that he did, which was fantastic work, and I do want to collaborate with him. Maybe we'll do it this week or next week Christmas, I guess. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Jenna writes, your true fans had no doubts about you whatsoever. Merry Christmas to you. I was like, are you new here? Girl, I have been maimed, fired, caricatured. I'm watching right now. My family go through that right now because they are so desperate. And I just think we're close to an awakening and really understanding what real evil is. So we're going to keep pushing. Zachary Loft writes, longtime listener, first time donor. Why wasn't the convo live? Why is Brandon Tatum the only creator that you follow on both IGs? That was 2 questions. Okay, the first thing, why wasn't the convo live? It was first intended to be live. They did say, obviously, you saw the offer Blake Neff made, which was not a true offer. But then what came behind that was Erica communicating with Megyn Kelly and me. Megyn Kelly was kind of the intermediary. We were trying to find someone that was fair, like I said earlier. And then obviously it sort of felt like
Okay, if Candace is going to drag Blake Neff because of the whole story with Mike McCoy's phone logs, then we have to drag Erica, Megyn, and Candace, because Candace and Megyn are both telling different stories about this whole secret meeting that they had. Because Megyn said they've been talking about it for months. She said they've been talking about it just for a week. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, of course, Cantifa's going to say, well, she misspoke. Cantifa's going to say, well, that's not what she meant. Cantifa's going to say they're both saying the same thing, but from a different angle. That's fine. Why don't you give that exact same grace to Blake Neff and Mike McCoy?
got a bit uglier the next week. And I sort of felt, and I think it was fair, that then she went on this press tour and it was kind of directed at me. So then they said, okay, well, by that I mean Justin Strife kind of said, the temperature's a little hot right now. What about we do like not an off-record conversation, but have a private conversation. And I actually will say, I wished it was live, but I will also say I am glad that some parts weren't, because I was then able to tell them some things that I have not yet said that I wanted to like fact check and get some answers on, but also to say something to them that I found out that I didn't say because I didn't want to hurt the company in a way, right? So some of this is very relevant to Charlie's research and what happened on 9/10, and some of it is not. So we got to, I guess, have a better...
You're the one that's told people if you donate to Turning Point to ask for a refund, and that this is a godforsaken company and organization. Okay, but you're about Charlie's vision. Okay, got you. I just want to make sure I understood.
That portion of the conversation I think was better off camera, but I was always open and am still open to live streaming with them whenever. Truly, like whenever. You guys know I'm an open book, so it wasn't my demand that it be private. I was happy to do a live stream. But I think Justin thought that it would be better if after, just so we could kind of bring the temperature down, which I think was very much accomplished. Temperature was definitely brought down. Zachary Loft wrote, longtime listener for, oh, sorry, I just read that. Mr. Bruce Lee writes, people in the chat, many other channels are not hearing what they want to hear. So it's automatically, well, Candace got paid. There's the chat.
I don't think anybody's saying that.
It's better to actually look at comments after the episode to see what people think. And we've had so many people talk about how there are so many bots in the chat. And so focus on obviously the words that I am saying. And obviously you can tell that I have not been paid, because I wouldn't be talking about Israel. And I think there's something to explore there. We'll get into that tomorrow. One Will Wallace writes, pretty clear to me that Kirk was murdered because of his voice and influence. Here's some support toward that security detail. Thank you very much. It's obvious that these people will stop at nothing to silence someone. Continue to stand 10 toes down for the truth. But please be careful. God bless you, Candace. Thank you. That is actually a tremendous donation. Thank you for guys who have been giving these donations, which have gotten bigger because you're concerned about security. And I think everybody after Charlie Kirk assassination is more concerned about security. It's a discussion that my husband and I are having more and more. And that's why it feels especially disgusting when someone like Tim Pool is trying to signal to people, attack her. Like he's basically trying to signal to people that her security is weak, or like she's using the same security as Charlie, all of these things. Like he is trying to put into the air that he wants me to be attacked. That's how I'm taking this, because why is he making my security a theme on his show? I don't trust that at all, and I don't know what's guiding that. Rio Bays writes,
Isn't that interesting? She's right there talking about security, and she doesn't mention that she has beefed up security because of the international assassin hit on her life. She's never going to mention that again. Never going to happen again.
Erica and the feds not see those messages. That makes zero sense to me. I think you're referring to the messages that Charlie got the night before. Yeah, we didn't discuss whether the feds had received those messages. I will say that. We did not discuss that. But we did discuss, she obviously said that she did not see those messages. So I'm going to read the rest of your comment. How would Erica and the feds not see those messages? That makes zero sense. Erica, Brian Harpole, and so many others caught in these lies. This is what you fished for. Why go soft? That doesn't make sense. Also heard that we're chilling with TPUSA members at Tucker's party. That's another more fan fiction. I have no idea what that was about. You're referring to a person who went and said that Candace was hanging out with TPUSA and Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene at Tucker's Christmas party. To my knowledge, I did not see any Turning Point USA employees. I did not have a conversation with any Turning Point USA employees. To my knowledge, that I did not see them. It was a massive party.
That's a very interesting
never had beef with
position.
Tucker. That's why I was at his Christmas party, and I've never had beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So yeah, I spoke to them. I didn't. That's what I mean. It's like the attacks are just every second of every day accusing me of something, and the implication there was like I was like sitting on the side laughing and enjoying a beer with Terrell Farnsworth and Tyler Boyer. I am sure, because Tucker obviously has a good relationship with them, that there were some Turning Point USA employees. I didn't speak to them. I didn't speak to them. To my knowledge, I did not speak to them. So I actually responded and I said to the person, why don't you publish who you're talking about? You don't have to, like, everyone's like beating around the bush. Like, I can't.
I think it's interesting. She says, to my knowledge, I did not see any of those people or whatever like that. It's interesting that she says that so that she can lean back when somebody pops up and say, no, this person was there. This person was at the party. She can say, oh, well, I didn't know they were there because I told you I didn't know. That's what she's doing. Bless her heart.
Say what I know about her security. Say it, because you're lying. Okay. If you say you know something about how I'm actually secretly laughing with Turning Point USA, speak plainly. I have nothing to hide. I am not the person who's playing any games right now. So
really,
if you're going to call me out, go all the way. Okay. Go max on calling me out, because if I'm a fraud, the public sure as hell deserves to know it.
I think they know it already.
You're not going to find me in a situation like that.
I think we already know it.
Isabella Mazzone writes, can you elaborate more about Charlie and his journey to Catholicism? Did Erica confirm that? I am going through a journey with Catholicism as well, and I think that they should be honest about that. Look, obviously, Erica confirmed it. I was always telling the truth.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Obviously, she confirmed it? Wait, hold on.
Okay, go max on calling me out, because if I'm a fraud, the public sure as hell deserves to know it.
We know it already.
You're not going to find me in a situation like that.
We already know it.
Isabella Mazzone writes, can you elaborate more about Charlie and his journey to Catholicism? Did Erica confirm that? I am going through a journey with Catholicism as well, and I think that they should be honest about that. Look, obviously, Erica confirmed it. I was always telling the truth, that was one of the first things I said. I was like, what was that weird Alex Clark thing? I was being attacked for no reason, and then I get these people doubling down on it, and I know that they know that it's true that Charlie was going to Mass. And I can't speak on whether he was close to converting. That's a conversation, like you said. Erica can speak on that. And
whoa, that is not what you said. That is not what you said, Candace. And you do realize she has not said that they confirmed this factoid. What she's saying is she's talking about, well, why were they attacking me? Why did Alex say this? And why did Andrew say that? Not, hey, I said this. Can you confirm that? And leave it there. She's like lumping things together. So when you address one thing, you're tacitly addressing all the other things. This is kind of like when they put a bill through Congress and they try to put all this pork in it. So you sign the bill and you're agreeing to all this other shenanigans. That's what she's doing.
I'm in a place for her to do that. I can only speak on the fact that I wasn't lying and that I was having those conversations with him and he was attending Mass.
Where?
And I do think, from what I've been told, that he was planning on signing up and starting that process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him. So that's third party, the right person.
Signing up and taking that process. Yeah, she's going to have a problem with this one. And I'm not just saying it because I doubt that, because I don't want you to leave leave Protestantism. That doesn't even make sense. Listen to what she said.
Process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him. So that's third. And he was attending Mass. And I do think, from what I've been told, that he was planning on signing up and starting that process, but I didn't.
Signing up and starting the process, what? To join a gym? What are you talking about? Like, yeah, this one's going to come back and bite her. She's going to be mad about it next Tuesday, but this one will come back and bite her because that doesn't even make sense what you said.
not personally had that conversation with him, so that's third party. The right person to speak about that would be Erica, and I do think she should.
Hold on.
On whether he was close to converting, I was
Okay.
being attacked for no reason, and then I get these people doubling down on it, and I know that they know that it's true that Charlie was going to mass, and I can't speak on whether he was close to converting. That's a conversation.
She said that he was converting. That's the whole thing that got everybody up in a tizzy because you were saying that and tacitly saying that Charlie was being duplicitous in his approach. So no, that's not, no. And I'm sure somebody's already clipped it. So it's already there.
Like you said, Erica can speak on that, and there might be a time and a place for her to do that. I can only speak on the fact that I wasn't lying and that I was having those conversations with him, that he was attending mass. And
Okay, so where are those conversations with him? There you go. You said you had conversations with him, so those conversations would not be just, third party hearsay. You were having a conversation with him allegedly. Where are those conversations? See, Cantifa, don't let her play in your faces.
I do think from what I've been told that he was planning.
So she went from I had conversations with him to now what I do think I was told. Okay. All right.
On signing up and starting that process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him. So that's third party, the right person.
So what would have been the conversation that you were actually having with him? There's going to be a lot of meat. There's going to be a lot of hay made, rather, from this dumb comment right here. Shout out to whoever got her to talk about this, because that doesn't even make sense. What you're saying makes no sense, ma'am.
To speak about that would be Erica, and I do think she should. I think she should, because nobody was nastier to me than the Judeo-Christians, the evangelical crowd, because I told the truth about conversations that I had with Charlie about Catholicism. And none of them corrected the record. None of them said, I'm sorry. None of them said, I know what I was speaking about. They just kind of doubled and tripled down on attacking me, which is a repeat theme. I'm always being attacked for telling the truth.
Always attacked for truth. I'm such a victim.
Yeah. What's the lie? Where is the lie? Where is the lie?
The lie is the fact that you've shown no evidence. You're just saying it. That's the lie. The simple fact is that you're not giving any evidence or proof to it. So we're not beholden that we have to agree with it because you haven't proven it. I can't, if I tell you that to my right is a gold hat. Now, trust me, it's a gold hat right here next to me. You're not beholden to believe me. You really aren't. And by the way, there isn't a gold hat. I do have the little charger thing for my daughter's Christmas present, but that's it. There's no gold hat there. You're not beholden to it. We're not beholden to believe you. And I think Candace is totally missing the fact that her credibility is gone. Her credibility has been cratered. So therefore, we do need evidence. We need proof. We need the receipts. We need artifacts that make this case. So no, we don't believe you. You can feel attacked. That's fine. Show us evidence to the fact, and then we'll adjust accordingly.
Lastly, Lamp writes, how come Qatar is always used as the go-to punching bag by the media? Why does Qatar never even push back? And Qatar seems to never attack Israel in a war of aggression or any sort of attack. Have they ever even done anything negative toward Israel? Well, Qatar recently came out and said, yeah, we work with Hamas because Israel and the United States asked us to. They asked us to play the intermediary. And now we are being attacked for doing what they asked us to do, which sounds like the most absolute United States Israel thing ever, is to ask people to help you and then to be like, oh, I'm so horrified by what they're doing. And I tend to believe that. I don't understand the weird Qatar thing. Like I said, I would take Qatari money. I would. They haven't called me. It's deeply upsetting. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, what I'm getting wrong, what I can do better to make them call me. I would be totally one of those people that's in the commercials. Have you seen, like, Qatari Airlines is supposed to be amazing, apparently. And I'd be in a commercial for Qatari Airlines. I don't mind somebody making that NAI video and maybe sending that over to the Qatari embassy and seeing if they want to hire me. I am open to being paid by Qatar. So I don't get it. I don't know why Jared Kushner and Zionists are allowed to go to Qatar, which happened recently, and do deals with them, but for some reason Candace and Tucker are not.
Didn't Tucker just buy a house in Qatar? Somebody can check me real quick. Didn't Tucker just buy property in Qatar? But remember, she's America first.
It's just not fair. What do I have to do to be seen by Qatar?
Wow.
I guess it's a question for another day.
That
We'll
is-
see you guys tomorrow.
That is some crazy work, y'all. That is some bona fide crazy work. I will say this, though. I will say this. It is not as exhausting as it has been in times past. Like last week, it was like exhausting what she was talking about. This one wasn't exhausting. It was just like, it's just kind of dumb. It's just kind of dumb. Yeah, that's wild work. Hey, by the way, real quick, everybody in the best live chat on the internet, can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all do me a quick favor? Did you hit that like button? Can you go ahead and hit that like button? Help a brother out real quick. Thank you so much. She just admitted that the state of Utah is investigating, yet she has been crying about the feds all this time. What happened to Charlie being a Catholic? Shout out to Irene. Apparently, he was becoming a Catholic. Trust me, bro. That's what it was. He was signing up for Trust Me, Bro classes. And then there we go. Wrong. Different grains have different recoil. Shout out. Thank you so much, Phantom, for the 2. I really, if the results come back that this was a vermin round and the grain is super low, I wonder what Candace is going to do when it's really clear, like, yeah, this bullet was not intended to go through him. It was a low grade vermin round, and there you go. I'm really looking forward to it. But thank you so much for the 2. Welcome, Charlie Combs, 4036, became a brand new member. Shout out to you, brother. Grace and peace to you, man. Welcome to the party. What does Mike say here? Jason, I don't know if you'll agree, but as for me, I'm going deep into Nick Fuentes' content and proof he has the pair he claims to for as long as it takes. I think Nick Fuentes, again, I talked to somebody about this. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes on a lot of stuff, probably 99.5% stuff. But when Nick Fuentes is on the money, he's on the money. So if he comes out and says, hey, Turning Point did not bring the noise, so to speak, on Candace, and he wants to do it, I'll talk about it. So have no fear. I will bring it up for sure. Because I think, again, when he's on the money, he's on the money sometimes. But a lot of the time he says some really out of control stuff, and I don't think he really thinks about it. I don't think he even believes a lot of this stuff, but shout out for sure. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you, friend. What do we have here? Cindy says this, why is this witch making these poor people relive the trauma of this horrible day? It's ridiculous. Thank you for the 5. I mean, let's just admit it, man. Candace, I think she enjoys traumatizing people and dragging them through this. I do think that's what it is. Thank you so much, Captain Jacks, for the 20. As a child abuse detective, I learned that when a child experiences trauma, they stop emotionally maturing and often stay, at the age at which the emotional trauma occurred. Hence, why behavior. Wow. Okay. That is some extra. I can see that actually. Oh, wow. That is deep. Thank you so much, Captain Jacks. Not only for the 20, but for the insight. Appreciate you, friend. All right, let's go. Tommy says this. She is wrong about locking in. Memory under duress is bad. This is why when things go bad in the OR, they tell docs to immediately chart everything they can after the event while the details are fresh. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Like it. She has a very interesting binary thought process, which doesn't make sense to me. But, shout out. Thank you, Tommy, for that 10. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Heather, with the 10. Candace Owens doesn't have a problem not understanding everything. She takes offense at not knowing everything like God, and she refuses to bow to any authority until she knows it all. She has a God complex. No argument for me at all. I think you're right on the target. Stephanie says this, law enforcement is super weary of witness accounts, specifically because people remember things so differently when in distress. She's so ignorant. Yeah, I'm like, why do you think this makes sense what you're saying? As if you remember everything exactly like, that's crazy work, man. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the 5. And let's keep it going. Debbie says this, character in this story, girl, a man was deleted. This is not a fiction novel, right? She's just gross, man. She's just gross. Thank you for the 5. I really was hoping against hope that TPUSA would hit her with like a cease and desist, but man, I hate it because I don't think much is going to change. Shout out to Rihanna with the 5. Turning Point should have stuck to the original plan. This was a foolish mistake because we are getting Candace's opinion. The only pushback is now if Turning Point just decides to say nothing at all and to totally leave her alone, it is what it is. And I don't think they need to say anything else to her, truth be told. I think they've proven now multiple times that they don't really have a good grasp of the situation. I think their risk avergence, their understanding of risk is not high enough to be like, yo, this is not a good thing to do. So I think they should just never address her again. Thank you so much, Curtis. After everyone told Erica not to go meet with this person, at least not without video, and this is exactly why we said it. I'm almost ready to drop TPUSA. Thank you so much, Curtis, not only for being the stream sponsor. This is a very clear. I agree with you, man. I agree. I think Turning Point really did drop the ball on this one. But you know what? AmFest starts in a couple days. I think that's where they were zeroing in on, and prayerfully they can recover from this, but we'll see what happens. With the 5 says this, Shayna, many of Candace's fans are losing it, calling her a sellout, unsubscribing to her. Wow, Stella in the chat pointed this out. Thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, Candace's people are bloodthirsty. They're just bloodthirsty. So they are going to probably turn against her, and Candace is going to probably come back tomorrow and adjust accordingly. I'll look and see if she loses some subscribers and stuff like that. Let me see real quick. But I'm pretty sure because of the bloodlust that she's drummed up in these people, that it is going to probably be like that. Yeah, she's going to have to lose a lot of subscribers for it to register on the Richter scale. But let's keep it going. Thank you so much. Downtown D with the 5 says this, over it, getting harder to defend TPUSA and Erica if they won't fight back. Megan Tucker, still speakers at AmFest. Why would they do this in private? Yeah, I didn't realize that Tucker and Megan were going to be speaking at AmFest. Yeah, there's a lot of, they are definitely not doing themselves any favors. And I agree with you, man. Thank you so much for that. Phantom, when an attack happens, the first call is always to my wife to say I am safe. I want her to know I am not deceased. Shout out for sure, man. Thank you so much for that. I don't understand why even, to me, I don't understand why the phone calls were an issue. I really don't. And I'm not trying to be obtuse, but okay, why? Why does that matter? Unless I'm trying to say that Mike McCoy was somehow or another involved in what happened to Charlie Kirk. If I'm not trying to say that, then therefore I'm not looking at that. Shout out. Thank you so much, Deb Longo with the 10. Guys, I went over to Candace's. Her people are furious over there. Ha ha ha. They are saying that she sold out. There's 312,000 people of them in the chat, and they are so upset. I prayed for that. There we go. We're going to continue to pray that the Lord will shine and expose the light of truth on them. I'm just going to check real quick and see if she's lost any. I don't think she probably did, because Candace's people, generally speaking, are pretty dialed in. But let's see. We'll see tomorrow as new updates come in. Let me just pull this in real quick, and then we'll get out of here. All right. Thank you so much for that 10. I appreciate you, Deb. And here we go. Little House Blues 5. None of what she's saying or concerned with today points to Egyptians, bees, cults, France, Delaware, assassins hired to kill her, Calvary Chapel, psyops. None. Not a thing. Not a thing. There we go. Shout out for short. I mean, that's right on to the point. Like none of that proved anything. Mike came back. She gets her tips and especially her vibes from the Great Pyramid. Shout out for the 5. And I appreciate you, friend. Phantom. Last time Israel and Egypt are not friends. Egypt sees Israel as their number 1 state enemy. Israel sees Egypt as their number 2 state enemy, not working together. Like that whole story, man, just think about what you're saying, Candace. It doesn't comport with reality, but we're going to keep on fighting it. Jason, TPUSA decided to sit with the demon named Candace. So now they must come out and clear the Catholicism thing. Candace made it sound like they confirmed it. I'm questioning them now. Here to speak the truth. Thank you for the 10. I agree with you. I don't think Charlie was converting to Catholicism. They do now have to fix that. So I do think that's one that they need to come out and address, because they did allow her that opportunity and they knew she was going to do this. That should never have been a surprise. So keeping it going, A77 with the 5. Very disappointed and upset that Erica and TPUSA decision to sit and talk with this evil, narcissistic woman. Wrong strategy. I can't disagree. I cannot disagree. I can't find a reason to disagree. I can't. I do want to say thank you for it, though. Deb says, "Let's count on how many times she looks up to the left as a sign of deception." Look, she stay lying. She stay looking up to the left. I hope that the Twitterverse, the TikTok detectives, everybody gives her Hades about that comment about Charlie converting to Catholicism and getting ready to sign up and go through the process. I really want them to give her that work for that, because that's just, I don't believe it's true, and there's no evidence to that fact. Captain Jacks again. The only thing Candace is getting close to is being locked in a padded cell. I mean, really. I mean, so true. Thank you for that 5 for sure. Righteous says this: "I don't get the losing sympathy for TPUSA for talking with Candace. They gave her enough info to call her out on, and we haven't heard from TPUSA yet. Patience." I agree with you. We don't want TPUSA to give her any more shine. That's the thing. Because when TPUSA comes out and says, well, this is what we said, Candace is going to turn her camera on and say they're lying. Candace is going to say, why are you telling the stories? And she's not going to have any evidence, because she never does. So I think the issue is, most of us were kind of like, well, why are you doing that in the first place? Why are you even having a conversation with her? And now, because they didn't, call her on the carpet and such like that, now there's going to have to be another session, is what people are saying, and people don't want that. That's what I'm understanding. That's what I'm thinking. Maggie says this with the €5. Come on, whatever transpired, Candace would spin that everything she said was true and verified. Now that is true as well. What's going on, Edie? Love, thank you so much. Erica messed up. Well, thank you so much for the 10. Shout out to Edie. Can my moderators please make sure that Edie's information is in the chat? Fantastic content creator. She's been doing some great work over there as well. JT Willie with the 1999 says this: Curtis has to remember that this is Candace's side. No matter how flat you make a pancake, there's always two sides. I like how you position that. I like that. Always two sides. I like that. Okay. I can dig that. Is Erica putting Titus 3:10 into practice? Thank you so much, JD Weatherfly. Titus 3:10 is, I don't remember exactly what that says. Aha. All right. So Titus 3:10 says this: reject. Read it from the English Standard Version real quick. As for a person who stirs up division after warning them once and then twice, have nothing more to do with them. Okay, I can dig it. I think sadly TPUSA might have messed up, but I like how you looked at that, JD. So yeah, I'm gonna take that for sure. Thank you for the $2 as well. Slayer coming through with the 5. I might have to crash out and go on Candace's detox, because I can't take much more of this. You know what? I feel you. I'm going to detox in a second as well. Cultured Redneck says this: Twitter spat between Candy and Tim right now. Okay, somebody sent me a picture of that. It looks pretty wild. I'm going to send y'all over there to go check it out in a minute, because I do need to get ready to get some things going over here at the house. God helps those who help themselves. Over it, MT. Thank you for the 2 for sure, friend. What do you got, Phantom? $2. She called peeps demonic, but they are just, so it's, oh, I'm sorry, because they're Jews, so it's okay. Yeah, like her move, the way she moves is crazy work. So thank you so much for that, Phantom. I appreciate you, friend. What you got there, Gracie? What you say there with the 2? Her text messages with Charlie were weird too, right? But even more than that, like, show us some text messages recently. You talk about everybody else, Charlie the night before he was deleted. What about you? When was the last time you texted them? That's what we need to see, because I think we all know that they don't exist. I hope that the Macrons win their lawsuit. When is it? So the lawsuit, we will know if the case is going to be dismissed on January 9th. And then from there, they're going to go ahead and get started with the process, unless the Macrons file another amended complaint. I think they are going to file an amended complaint because of the insinuations from Candace that they've hired a hitman. I think they should file an amended complaint. It's just going to ruin her life, but I don't know if they're going to. So at the current moment, we're on hold till January 9th. You got to give Candace credit for giving a PhD level education in how to gaslight on a nightly occurrence. That is true. That is a very true, righteous one. You do have a keen observation. I will give you that. What's going on? LA Gaming? Rays? I'm going to just go with that. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for love of the game. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you, friend. What we got here with the 10? The only way to unplug this evil woman is through illegal action. No debate, meeting, or any kind of conversation. Don't have any effect on her. You can't go soft on this type of narcissistic personality. I think TPUSA has done enough. Truthfully, I don't think they need to address it anymore, because I don't think they've done a good job. They need to just leave it alone. If she says something about them, just leave it alone. Just like you, if I said it, just treat Candace like you would treat me. If I said something bad about TPUSA, they wouldn't call me out to Arizona. They wouldn't do a podcast with me. Then just don't do the same thing for Candace. I know she's more powerful than me, but just ignore her. What we got here, Stephanie, with the 2 signing up? It's not a potluck. I know, right? We got an Evite going out. Man, we got an Evite sign up. That's crazy work. Slayer also says this. Artie Troll showed footage from the minutes before he died, answering a question saying what he believed faith-wise. Right. I've watched the whole thing, and I don't think I've done it on the channel. But yeah, Charlie was talking about his faith. You would think that Candace was completely oblivious to that. With the 2, Phantom comes back. No one's going to Roman Catholicism will practice Shabbat. How he did. There you go. I mean, Charlie wrote a book about the Sabbath, but he was about to become a Catholic because he didn't like Jews. Okay. It doesn't make sense. But Cantifa needs to start asking her questions, because most people here in the best live chat on the internet already know that that's crazy what she's saying. She has yet to tell her minions to leave Erica Kirk alone. Very nice. Very keen observation as well, Stephanie. I like what you came up with right there. And we got right here Sylvia with the 5. We can thank Megan for all the new content Candace has and for her renewed energy. Bad decision by TPUSA and Erica to agree to meet. Before we started this, I was not in compliance with that. Now, I agree with you. I agree. That was a bad move. That was not a good move. Attacking you, we were exhorting and praying for you, sis. Thank you so much, Olivia, for the $2 for sure. And Lil says this with the 5. This is the result of trusting a snake. Big lesson for conservatives. Right? Man. Check Tucker's recent Qatar diatribe emailed. Okay. I'll pull it up in a second. And what we got here? The indignant goose with the 10. Thank you, 10 Canadian. I said for a long time now, she is likely taking money from the Muslim Brotherhood. Her saying she's open to taking money from Qatar is proving me right. I think she is. I feel extremely confident that she does. I feel like there's no doubt about it. Candy's white suit looks like a straight jacket. It's so fitting. Shout out to that one for sure. Thank you for the 5. And we're going to keep it going. What's up, Betty? Thank you for the 5. Question. You said her lives aren't live. If she does it in members, isn't it considered live? Right. You can, for example, I can and I've done this on my channel as a joke to show everybody, I can record a video, put it into StreamYard. That's the system that I use to stream to YouTube. And I can say that post this as a live stream. It's just a pre-recorded video. StreamYard will push it out and YouTube will take it just as a live stream and put it out there. That's what she's doing, in my opinion. I have no reason to believe that her videos are live. They do make mistakes. They do little things like that to kind of make you think that they're real, but I could do those too in a video. And that's what I think she's doing. And the only pushback I have is look at her commercial ad reads. Like, you're producing that. There's editing going on in there. So that's why I say that. And again, it's just based on information and belief. Having done this for a while, I kind of know some of the tricks and things of that nature. And when you realize that YouTube compensates content creators more for live streams than they do for pre-recorded videos, now I got motivation. Shout out for sure. Ruben up in the building. When you convert to Catholicism, there is a sign up called the OCIA, RCIA. Looking forward to hear about James Bond, aka Harry Myers. Yeah, I want to hear more about this sign up, but I wish and hope that people push back on that. What do we got? A brand new member up in here, Nathaniel in the building, new member. Grace and peace to you. I'm sorry, that says Natalie. Please forgive me. Natalie, thank you so much. Welcome. Good to see her comment section flaming Candace. Yes, Miss Donna, I agree. Now, if only they had flamed her long enough. What do we have here? Glenn with the 20. It doesn't look like Candy's audience is liking this at all. So maybe this wasn't so bad of it on Erica's side. I agree with you. I can give you that, but I still don't think that it was good. There might be some strikes, some ripple effects, so to speak, but I still don't think that she needed to do it. I don't think it was the best thing. Unintended consequences. That's the word I'm looking for. MT says this, returning his book if he was converting to Catholicism, right? Like, I mean, he's a book about practicing the Sabbath. Amethyst says this with the 5. I think she's being overly happy with her perceived confirmations. I'm holding on how TPUSA is playing the long chess game over her checkers. I just hope TPUSA focuses on a great AmFest, doing the best, and people leave from there super high, just really on a positive note. That's what I want. What do we got here? Claire says this with the 5, Australian. I just keep praying God will intervene and stop Candace somehow, because seeing liars benefit breaks my heart. She's a child of the father of lies. I'm right there with you. I agree with you 100%, Claire. And we'll just keep on praying. Let's see what Nick Fuentes has to say about this. Yeah, Nick is going to be wild. I'm pretty sure American Woman. I don't know when he's supposed to talk about it. It'll probably be tomorrow, maybe. I don't know if he hasn't already. Thank you, Heather. Rose with the 5. Candace Owens is attacking evangelical Christians and Jews while being willing to sell out to Islamic Qatar, like the Pope kissing the Quran. Like, and people get mad at me when I say Candace is not a Christian. I mean, like, make that make sense. Like, I love your approach right there, Heather Rose. Like, make that make sense, y'all. If you disagree with me, make it make sense. Black Sigma coming up in here. When Erica went to Nashville instead of the other way around, I said TPUSA is done. I cannot disagree with you. I thought that was a bad look. Like, why did y'all go out there to her? Like, what was the purpose of that? I agree with you, man. Thank you for the 5, for sure, brother. And then rounding these bases again. What Erica did was a sign of surrender going to Nashville. I want to disagree, but I really can't find a reason to. TPUSA and Erica got played by Candace. She's still in total control, and the damage she did to the organization can never be undone. The live stream should have been done. Thank you, Kenya, for the 10. I agree. I mean, it would have been way better, for sure. Rounding this up with the 10 from Sigma says this. If I was Erica's PR guy, I would tell her to stay silent, clean financial house, at TPUSA. Be transparent to Charlie supporters, save resources, and sue Candace. I agree with everything. I just don't know about suing. I don't know if suing her is going to. I'm sending, you know what I'm going to do before I do that? I'm sending a gift box to the Macron's lawyers. That's what I'm doing. I'm sending them roses every Friday, every Monday. That's what I'm going to do. Because I want them to beat the socks off of her. And that'll save me the money. And then lastly, Anderson coming up here with the $2. No question, no comment. Just a pure love of the game. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all, this has been a wild. This has been wild, man. I thought Candace was going to come back. I did not believe she was just going to completely change course. I did not believe that. But I did not think she was just going to just kind of weasel and wiggle through all of that. And I'm hoping against hope that TPUSA just leaves her alone. Just whatever. Just go away and just ignore her. Because if they keep addressing her, she's going to keep having content. Because you see, she had no content. She had no content except the little bit about Tim Pool. Everything else was about the meeting. So if they didn't have that meeting, what would have happened? She probably would have had to find something else to talk about. And we know she's not going to talk about them planes because the planes are getting debunked left and right and center. So the next time she's going to move to that Army base, she's going to talk about the Army base and pretend like the planes never were debunked. That's what's going to happen. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. People are perturbed. Candace did this off camera. A lot of them said they were done with her last night. Okay. Well, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, for sure. Thank you make sure y'all go check out that young man that debunked the whole plane scenario. Go check him out for sure. Excellent content creator. Y'all, it has been a long day. I thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. I will do tomorrow. I am going to come on early. I'm going to go through some of the things we got going on as we end the year. I'm planning a subathon the end of the month. Just a long, extended live stream with a lot of guests coming in, gifts, stuff, lots of fun, building up subscribers. I want to end the year strong. We're going to be talking about the book discussion coming up in January. Screw Tape Letters. If you're interested in reading the Screw Tape Letters, we're going to be having a book discussion, and that'll be forthcoming. All that kind of stuff like that. The new merch store, my new sponsor, stuff like that. I want to make sure you're aware of all that. So I'll probably come on a little earlier tomorrow and kind of go over all that and make sure we're all up to speed, just so you know what's happening and all that. And then, of course, we'll talk about Candace when she comes on. But I want to say thank you to everybody. The best live chat on the internet. Thank you to all of the mods. Can y'all just put mods in the chat? Because I'm telling you right now, y'all, if it weren't for them, we'd be in some cash money trouble. I think y'all know it. Y'all would be in some trouble if it was just on me. Where's my mod message? Can y'all just put mod in the chat? Let me just put it myself. Just type mods because they crush it all the time. Thank you so much to the moderators. If they have that blue wrench next to their name, they have been doing the Lord's work. The Lord's work. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the very kind super chats. I do not take it for granted. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to finish up. We've been working on some stuff here in the studio. I'm looking forward to finishing up this wall behind me. My sign is not ready, but when it came, the one that they sent me was too big and it had cracked. So my sign is not ready, but that's okay. So we're going to go ahead and get the wall done probably tonight or tomorrow. But I just want to say thank y'all. It really means a lot. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. It does not go unnoticed. And thank you to everybody who just jumped into the best live chat on the internet. Thank you for jumping in, green hearting it like crazy, engaging with all these content creators and all this kind of stuff like that. It means a lot. I do not take it for granted that you can go anywhere. Y'all can find tons of other content creators, but y'all choose to hang out over here. At one time, there's 2,500 of y'all in this chat, which is crazy. That is now officially the largest live chat I've ever had in my life. And it's y'all. It's amazing. It's amazing. I really do want you to know that I appreciate you. So thank you all so much. Every last one of you. The plan is to be back tomorrow. But I'll tell you this, as sure as my name is Jason, if they do something wild tonight, I will be back. I'm going to try to get done so I can get this wall done behind me. But y'all, thank you so much. Green hearts in the chat. Please make sure you tip your waiters on the way out the door. If you didn't already, make sure you like this video. If you're not already subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. It's not going to hurt you. I promise it will not hurt you at all. Everybody, I will see you all real soon. Until then, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.